You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no Grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Levy stacking another pawn, bishop c3 and rook a1! No! Rook a1!
There will be blunders.
No! No!
He fell for it!
16 players are fighting for a chance at the 8-player knockout. See old rivalries.
This is how long.
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
And that is the match.
The IMSCC starts right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, my favorite co-commentator, Danya. How does it feel to hear that come from my mouth?
Man, I'm already at a loss for words, and we haven't even started the show. Look what you've done, Robert. Super excited. Another great day of I Am Not a GM SCC action. This is a match that I know the chess community at large is very much looking forward to.
Well, we have two players participating today who bring the hype. One of them, he is well known for as being a YouTube sensation, that is Levy Rozman. His opponent today, none other than Greg Shahade, the commissioner of the Pro Chess League. And the winner of this match faces the winner of the match on the other side of the semifinals, Polina Shuvalova against Lawrence Trent. Danya, we have 4 players who have earned their spot in the semis.
They absolutely have, and their journey has not been an easy one. Neither Greg's journey nor Levy's journey, they had different types of journeys, but both of them qualified to face each other in a rematch from a 2021 match that captured the attention of the chess community at large. Things have changed in the intermediate 2 years, but the rivalry between these two players and the hype of a Levy versus Greg match has not.
and Levy is always hyped. We know he could sacrifice the rook, and he just published the book. So Levy Rozman is a household name who's doing big things. Somebody who may be more behind the scenes is Greg Shahade. We know him very well, Danya. We've known Greg for pretty much our entire chess playing lives. He is the commissioner of the Pro Chess League. Before that, the United States Chess League. He was the 1996 U.S. Junior Open winner. He, of course, is the brother of Jen Shahade. And I think very importantly, as it pertains to this competition, he's a 3-time semifinalist in 4 appearances.
Greg's a great blitz player. He's a very experienced over-the-board player, obviously. He doesn't play too much anymore, but at his peak, he was close to 2,500 FIDE, close to becoming a grandmaster, and he hasn't lost a lot of strength. As he's shown time and time again, when he plays online, he's still got it. He's still sharp, and all of the time that he spends in the chess world, that really, really helps him stay sharp. Another case in point, Robert. Yeah, he lost to Aline Rubers, but came right back, defeats Arabidze 4-0, and defeated Rubers in the tiebreaker match to make his way to the match with Levy.
Yeah, that went down to Armageddon, and it showed his nerves. He's also a well-known poker player. So does that help him with chess? That remains to be seen. That's a question that maybe nobody can answer. But we know that when it comes down to the wire, he is able to pull through. And somebody who didn't need to go all the way down to the very last match, who secured it by winning all 3 matches in his group, is GothamChess. Levy Rozman. Instead of talking about others' chess, he let his chess do the talking.
And we obviously see the bullet points. We have to go through them as commentators. But if you don't know Levy Rozman, if you don't know that he's got YouTube's largest chess channel, where have you been? How big is the rock that you have been living under? Levy has been electric the last couple of years, and he's also a fantastic blitz player. Recently defeated Ali Reza in a Title Tuesday. So nothing to sneeze at on YouTube, and definitely nothing to sneeze at over the board as well.
Well, there might be something to sneeze at. Is it a vacuum cleaner I see in the background? There could be dust, but when the dust settles, Levy, wide-eyed as he is right now, he showed that he can beat everybody in his path. It doesn't matter who he is facing thus far in the IMSCC. That is not Greg Shahade, that is Levy Rozman there, +9 differential, beating Nemo, beating Chess Explained, one of the most popular authors on Chessable, and Shreyas Royale, the youngster from England. Levy was able to get through all of them.
And the way that he won these matches could not be more different. He wins the first 9 games of the competition. We thought that he was going to go 4-0 against Shreyas as well. Suddenly, he loses 2 games. Levy's back is against the wall. He's losing the decisive game, and not only does he turn that game around, but he wins the next one as well, pulls the match out against Shreyas, and avoids a tiebreaker. Levy comes through clutch in critical moments, and he needs more where that came from in today's match, which I think is going to come right down to the wire.
He will need more of that incredible form that he's shown not just in the IMSCC. He created a video about it. He beat Ali Reza in a blitz game in Title Tuesday. Now, we know that a strong player can beat any other strong player in a one-off blitz game, but that does show a great deal of skill. He's in good form right now, and he'll need to be, because if we rewind the clock, if we go back to the year 2021, we did see Greg Shahade take on Levy Rozman, and Greg had us in the first half, not gonna lie. You see, he had 8.5, Levy had 5.5 after the blitz portions. But then look at the bullet, Danya, 8-2 in Levy's favor. He showed who was in charge.
And how many SCC matches have we seen this type of narrative? One player leads throughout the match, but you always have a chance to come back in the bullet. And in order to win an SCC match against a strong, experienced player, you need to stay on top for the entirety of the match, including that last bullet portion. And that is, Robert, a big source of concern for Greg. Can he keep up with Levy on the clock? Can he keep up with Levy on the mouse? There's no question that Levy is the more experienced bullet player. He's the faster player in time scrambles. I think that one of the keys to the kingdom for Greg is to build up maybe even a 4 or 5 point lead going into the final segment.
And we're talking about final segments, and everyone who just saw the group stage where 4 players took part and they all played each other in these mini matches, there's going to be more chess tonight than there was in previous days because Greg and Levy, they won't be switching opponents. It's just these two right now, and they will start with 75 minutes of the longest time control, 5 minutes base time with 1 second added per move. Then they get into the middle time portion, 50 minutes of 3 minute plus 1 second increment, and last but certainly not least, especially for Levy, 25 minutes of 1 minute base time with 1 second added per move. And I'm circling that right now, Danya, because those final 25 minutes, that's what separated Greg and Levy the last time around.
It most certainly is, and if you're looking at this time control and you're wondering, wait, this is kind of similar to another type of SCC that I watched pretty recently. Yeah, very similar format to the regular SCC, minus 15 minutes in the 5+1, minus 10 minutes in the 3+1, and then 5 minutes less in the 1+1. But yeah, Robert, 25 minutes, still plenty of time to completely turn the match on its head. So Greg will need to fire on all cylinders for the entirety of these 2.5 hours of amazing chess that we are about to enjoy.
And no distractions today, because Greg can't be thinking about Lawrence Trent. I know they're tweeting at one another, but Greg needs to focus on the matchup right in front of him. He is in the IMSCC semifinals for the third time out of 4 total appearances. Who did he lose to not make it to the semis? That was Lawrence Trent. So Greg, he knows he will have his hands full with Levy Rozman. He's somebody who can really handle quite a hefty opponent. He is a CrossFit addict by his own admission. You can see him posting about that all the time on social media. Yeah. But Danya, right now, when you see that 1-versus-1 battle, you look at the FIDE rating, that's in Greg's favor. But with both of them inactive over the board, I'm going to force you to make a prediction. Whose way do you see this match going?
I honestly think that it's a lot of this is going to be decided in the bullet, just like it was in 2021. I'm curious to see what Greg's speed, and yes, I'm deliberately stalling and trying to make you forget what question you asked me, as I usually do. But I think that we're going to see pretty early on how Greg is able to function under severe time pressure, what the time scrambles look like. I'm going to have to give Levy the small edge, just because I haven't seen Greg grinding those Title Tuesdays. I haven't seen him practicing quite as much. And Levy, of course, he might not play over the board anymore, but he's still ultra experienced online. He still plays a great deal of bullet, and that is super important. At the same time, Greg savors these moments. He loves these moments. He likes the big stage. He likes it when people are watching him, and he performs very well under pressure. He needs to harness that throughout the entire match, and he needs to make Levy feel nervous if Greg wants to have a serious shot.
Well, I love the way you avoided answering the question directly, so
Thank
let's
you.
give it to the chat. Chat, what do you think? Who is going to win today's match? Will it be Greg Shahade, the veteran, the commissioner of the Pro Chess League? Or will Levy say, "Good evening, commissioner," and take him down? Because Levy, better known as GothamChess to the masses, he has been locked in recent months. He's ready to go. And there is quite a lot at stake because in addition to making it to the finals, there's prize money up for grabs. Between these two, they will take home quite a nice chunk of change. And you see that $2,500 is given per match. $1,250 awarded to the winner. The other $1,250 will be split by win percentage, so that is only answered at the end of the match. So it's not just the spot in the finals. That prize money is also up for grabs, and we all know, Danya, that at stake is pride, is glory.
Damn
the players
it.
Want that.
I was about to say the prize is nice, but the pride is the real prize, and you can just see it on Greg's expression. He is just savoring the start of this match. You see the thumbs up from Levy. The players are just about ready to begin. This is going to be all over Twitter. Everybody's going to be watching this. Can Greg and Levy lean into this moment, and can they get off to a good start? Big ingredient in this match is going to be opening preparation. Levy prides himself on his opening preparation. He's the author of several opening courses, but he's also been pretty predictable in recent SCC matches. What will he bring to the table opening-wise, and how has Greg prepared against Levy's Trumpowskis and his Caro-Khans and the other tricks that he has up his sleeve? There's only one way to find out, Robert.
It's a big question. What preparation have the players been doing? We know Greg, he likes to do CrossFit. He likes to be good physical shape. Levy's also posted videos recently of himself boxing, so both players taking that element seriously, but we do have liftoff on the chessboard. It doesn't matter how packed your punch is. Right now it matters how you deal with the Trompovsky, as you correctly predicted.
And an early c5 by Greg already, I wouldn't call this an opening surprise. c5 is less common than knight f6 to e4 and e7, e6. So Greg trying to take the game out of conventional territory early, but it appears that Levy has come prepared, immediately blitzing out knight c3. And the first think of the match is going to be taken by Greg as he decides whether to take on d4, and he does.
And we saw a pre-move in response. That is exactly what Levy was hoping for. He swings his queen over to h4. So, Danya, we've done enough commentary to know that this has the makings of a kingside attack. The black king on e8 is in the center. So you may be saying, what attack? What kingside are you talking about? But if you wanted to push the e-pawn, develop your dark squared bishop, you might have to face some serious questions on the kingside.
And it may appear that white is simply handing over control of the center. And yes, black can play d5 here, but white will castle queenside and immediately put pressure on the pawn. I'll bet a silver dollar that Levy's going to castle queenside, and he does. And his next move is likely to be e4. And the position resembles a Sicilian a lot more than a Trompovsky. You would never guess what opening this came from if you were shown this position in isolation.
And white's next few moves seem quite obvious. There's e4, so we do now have a Sicilian-looking position. Next comes f4. The knight can jump out to f3, and that queen on h4 is perfectly placed. Now, the one thing that you have to watch out for with the queen and bishop lined up like this is if black can throw in h6 at the right moment. The good news for for white rather, is that h6 doesn't carry a threat because the queen pins the h-pawn down to the loose rook on h8. So that's what all eyes are on at the moment. And Greg, you can tell he's unfamiliar with the dynamics of this position. He doesn't know what he should play, and he actually castles in to what I thought was going to be a big attack.
And I think he's banking and pinning all of his hopes on the move h6. Now this move does carry a threat, but the catch is that white could still ignore it. White could simply continue developing very instructive idea, h6, knight f3, and you could run into a situation kind of akin to a fishing pole trap where the knight lands on g5, and there's essentially no way for black to prevent white from chasing the knight out of f6. And something, something tells me, Robert, that Levy is still very much in his preparation. You don't play a move like knight f3 in 2 seconds if you're not familiar with it.
And knight f3 received an X, but I don't agree with that assessment. I think that maybe on lower depths or without all the work that Levy likely put into this opening, knight f3 doesn't seem quite as strong as bishop takes h6. But bishop takes h6 was a forcing move. Knight f3 left more questions to black. Knight h7, not the 100% correct response from Greg, but I actually like it. Danya, maybe you don't agree, but I think trading everything off, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7 back, trying to offer a queen trade, even if you have strategic holes on the dark squares on the queen side, namely the c7 and d6 squares, I think at least you're not getting checkmated, so you're feeling better about your chances.
That's exactly right. Greg is in I don't want to get mated mode, and knight h7 is a pretty good practical attempt. Now Levy has a big choice on his hands. Is he better in the endgame? Absolutely. But I don't think that he should abandon hopes of a kingside attack. He does trade on e7. He goes very positional. And e5. Super instructive move for newer players, clamping down on the d6 square. And now Greg is going to have to deal with this horrible d7 pawn that's pinning the bishop to its initial square. Levy's next move, likely to be knight e4. He can get the bishop out. And he already holds a 2-minute plus lead on the clock. And I mean, that knight on h7, there's no question that Greg's endgame is miserable here.
Oh, it's terrible. And there's great maturity, great situational awareness from Levy. He doesn't need to go all in for the checkmate. Let me just control key squares. The bishop on c8, as you mentioned, can't get out. The d-pawn is backwards, stuck in place. So f6, a good try. Don't always listen to Ben Feingold. Normally f6 is a move that makes your kingside more vulnerable. Without queens on the board, f6 is a good start. But Daniel, my question is, what if white plays bishop b5? Let's develop that final minor piece, go right after the eyesore on d7.
And f takes e5, it can be met with f takes, but in some situations it can be met with the knight jumping into e5. And in situations where the d7 pawn is eliminated, black's entire position is likely to collapse like a house of cards. Instead, a more conservative move by Levy, g3, overprotecting the f4 pawn, clearly preparing to meet f takes e5 with knight takes e5, which is on the board. And if he can force Greg to play d5, that creates a lot more problems than it solves.
Oof, because this looks like a French defense, and this is an ideal French for white. That e6 pawn cannot be defended by another pawn. As you're highlighting right now, bishop h3, rook e1. The knight can always move back from e5 to f3 and into d4, or that knight from c3 can wrap around knight b5, knight to c7, or knight back to d4, and the bishop on c8 can hardly move. This is not a fun position to have for Greg Shahade. He is going to, one by one, try to stop white's immediate plans, but I just don't see an active idea for black. Probably rook d8. And then if I gave you a free move down here after rook d8, what would your next move be?
Man, that's a great question. I would try to find some way to sacrifice a pawn in order to free up the position. I think Greg is preparing knight c6, but this is what you're saying, Robert. Every time you close a door, 10 other doors open. Now the knight comes into c7. The position is collapsing on all seams. The problem isn't just that you're losing a pawn. You might lose a lot more than a pawn here. I don't see a move for black. This is borderline resignable.
It looks completely losing because you play rook b8 or you move your e8 rook, knight c7, still forks one of the rooks and the e6 pawn. You're picking up material. So I think the best case scenario for Greg is losing a pawn and hoping you have enough compensation around it. But it looks to me like you're going to lose even more than a pawn at this stage. Black's position is absolutely miserable.
Yeah, there are some cases where you can give away a pawn and solve some of the problems in your position, like get rid of a very strong piece. But here, white's going to win e6, and he's going to maintain all of the assets of his position. Moreover, the e-file is going to open up, and then Greg's knights are going to get caught in the crosshairs. Now, Levy could also sit on the position. A good, Russian schoolboy might consider a move even like a4 or b3 because black is so paralyzed that you're not actually in a big hurry to play knight c7. But I personally, Robert, I wouldn't be able to resist that juicy nectar of the pawn on e6.
You earned it. I think that you're right. You should go in and win it. One of the things that Levy has done, in addition to building up a great position, is building up a huge lead on the clock. So he has sufficient time to invest even 45 seconds, a minute at this stage, and then try to come up with the best plan. Is it knight c7, grabbing the pawn right away? Is there that move a4 or b3 or some kind of move on the queen side? Just a slow move. But black does have a move like knight e4 at some moment. Not now, because rook takes e4 wins a free piece. But if black is able to get active, maybe that would be the necessary counterplay to give Greg a chance in the endgame.
Levy's taking a large chunk of time here. He's definitely deciding between knight c7 and a slower approach. He could also apply more pressure on Greg's d5 pawn with a move like c4. And he plays it. c4, chipping away at the pawn chain. Levy keeps knight c7 for a rainy day, and he's trying to enhance the power of the move knight c7 because now if the e6 pawn collapses with tempo, then likely the d5 pawn is going to collapse right after it.
But Greg can play knight e8 here. And that stops knight c7, and then after black plays a6 and kicks the knight from b5, then the black knight is the one that goes to c7, and suddenly all of black's weak squares and weak pieces are defended, but he goes active down here. Knight to f5 played, and I think bishop takes f5 followed by knight c7. That scoops up the d5 pawn.
Yeah, it's always scary to transform your advantage, but this is pretty cut and dried. Take on f5, throw in knight c7, c takes d5, you get a huge pass pawn on d5, and the knight on c7 is completely safe. Not only, he takes with the knight on d5, I like that a little bit less, but with 20 seconds on the clock, if Greg holds this, that would be a huge confidence boost to start the match. Look at that knight on e5, look at that passer on d5, and Levy's piece is just perfectly poised to push that pawn all the way forward eventually to promotion.
Every single move that Levy has played has had a clear purpose. It's the clarity that I love to see from him in this game. Greg, he's floundered a bit trying to come up with defensive ideas. He has a hopeless bishop against a stallion on e5. That knight completely dominates in this endgame, and if Greg survives this somehow, it's going to be because he wins the d-pawn. He needs to play rook d6, rook d8, and maybe then bishop f7, give up his bishop for the knight.
But the knight could always jump back to c4, kicking the rook away. That's why the rook is not as effective of a blockader. But you're right. If you push d6 too early, and that's why you see Levy bringing his rook to e5, all hands on deck. He's going to snap off another pawn on f5. That gives him a little bit of insurance, even if the worst case scenario happens, which, Robert, it's not, because I think he's just going to drop his knight back to e3, get his rook back to the e-file, and continue slowly accumulating his advantage. If I was facing Carlsen on the black side here, I would have resigned like 5 years ago. This is this is hopeless.
Oh, it's just a miserable position for black. White is currently up 2 pawns. The d5 pawn is defended by all 3 of white's most valuable pieces. And I love the move g4. He's gaining even more space. Danya, after h takes g5 check, king g7, f5, you can't even take the pawn there because knight f5 is a fork.
And Florian, the f-pawn, is going to reach f6. It's going to be defended by Gary, the g-pawn. Instead, infiltration on the 7th rank. In such positions, there's always going to be 5 or 6 ways to win. Levy could also just bring the king up into the center. He is playing a stellar, a superb positional game. I can't point to a single inaccuracy that he's made all game. He just needs a couple more careful moves to finish it off. Don't go king d4. Whatever you do, don't blunder the d-pawn because that's going to greatly complicate the winning task. I would play even rook d4, get the knight to e5, easy clap.
And he does all of that. So the pawn f4 is under attack. He defends it with his rook. He's bringing his knight into e5 now. Done it. Every move has made perfect sense. And with d7, I think available at this point with rook d6 to follow, that's game over. But king d5,
look at
also
this.
A nice move.
I always love king infiltrations to end the game. This shows us how important king activity is in the endgame. That king is going to get to c7. The knight is going to slide into c6. And look at how all of the pieces have fallen into place perfectly for Levy as he finishes the game by promoting to a rook. Oh, the meme master, Levy Rozman, takes the first game in fantastic positional style.
He added insult to injury there by promoting to a rook. I say it quietly because I know how loudly he talks about the rook. But Danya, in all seriousness, that was an unbelievable game from Levy. Like, truly, that was fantastic from start to finish. That's a model game. For those of you at home, I know you already are big fans of Levy, but go look at that game on rewind because he made it look easy, even though some of the decisions that he had to go with were several moves deep. I have to give him credit where it's due.
I'm going to repeat what I said in the previous game, Robert. I read a stat that Queen Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPod than the building of the pyramids of Giza. Well, 5+1, I think, is closer to classical chess than it is to bullet. You can play a classical level game in 5+1, and Levy just did.
He really did. And now he goes to his trusty Caro-Kann. He loves this opening. He is now up 1-0. We see the score on the side. It will be fixed in a second. Don't worry, everybody. But you see that this position is one where white has a pair of bishops. But the light square bishop for white, not doing so well against the mass of pawns from b7 to d5. So that bishop will struggle to find a useful diagonal in the future.
Yeah, very quiet position. Levy defining the pawn structure by driving his pawn down at d4. Because the center is relatively closed, you often see white making a lot of moves with the same piece. And it's not like white's king is unsafe or the situation is volatile. White can often afford to casually play d3 and then redeploy the knight to d2. Eventually, white might slide the queen over to g3 in order to pave the way for a kingside expansion. I'm curious how Levy is going to set up his pawns and pieces here. You see him continuing to expand in the center with e5. Likely he will play c5 and knight c6. But as a King's Indian player, I tend to like the white side of these types of positions, even though it may appear cramped. The fact that you've got the bishop pair and the fact that you've got the eventual idea of pushing f4, I think gives white a pretty clearly defined plan.
Oh, I'm with you completely. And white will try for f4. Black usually plays c5 and tries to expand on the queen side. Now, that knight on b1 will not stay there forever. As you correctly pointed out, that knight can go to d2 and out to f3 and go after black center. And the reason why I also prefer white's position is I see multiple pawn breaks. There's c3 and there's f4. So I can break both in the center on the d4 square and on the e5 square, and there's no knight h5 because the bishop on e2 stops any sort of knight h5 business, so f4 is not something that black can prevent.
Without question, the bishop on g7 also kind of lame. Of course, it's keeping black's king secure, but it's not actively influencing the game as the knight gets out to d2. I think this position is a lot more to Greg's taste than something like they got in the previous game. Levy not trying to be unpredictable. He played a Trumpowski in game 1. He played a Caro-Kann in game 2. This is his main repertoire, and I'm really curious how his openings are going to fare against Greg and whether we're going to see Levy changing up those openings as the match goes along. So far, game 1 was a success. Game 2, I don't think Levy necessarily minds this position, but Definitely neither does Greg, as he gets the knight to c4, applying pressure on e5, Robert, and he's likely to follow up with a2, a4 in order to keep that knight firmly entrenched, much as you do in a King's Indian.
It's really difficult for black to ever kick that knight out. You'd have to try for b5, but as you're correctly highlighting, that a4 will take that away. The e5 pawn currently is hanging, so it is in fact something that white can take, and that's why Levy, he goes for b5, but after knight takes e5, you see Greg's face there, he's like, are you sure you can get away with it? The engine says the blunder. Knight e5, knight e4, d takes e4, and down the b5 pawn is hanging at the end of the line.
And I'm not going to put that on the board because I think Greg Shahade is going to do us that service. He doesn't really have much of a choice. And that's the unfortunate thing about b5. Greg's not going to drop back to a3. His pride won't allow that. So even if he's not sure what goes on after knight takes e5, Levy's not giving you much of a choice. Knight takes e5. I mean, rook takes e5 might be tempting, Robert, to a newer player, but not all discovered checks lead to Rome. After queen takes e5, there is no good way, there's no good square for this knight to jump to. I think Levy's going to end up dropping b5, and he is in big trouble here.
And you see Greg does take on e5. He built up a healthy lead on the clock to start this game that allowed him to spend 44 seconds to deliberate whether or not to take. So he takes on e5, black takes on e4, d takes e4. To my eye, seems pretty forced. I'm not really sure what Greg's thinking about here. But the b5 pawn is loose because the bishop on e2 sees across the newly opened diagonal.
And to make matters worse, after Levy recaptures on e5, white is going to meet fire with fire. The pawn is going to advance to f4. The e-pawn is going to push up to e5. And not only will white build a big and intimidating pawn wedge in the center, but there will be the massive threat of deploying the bishop to the long diagonal. This is actually what causes black... Well, maybe Levy can actually go a6 and create a Luftscore for his rook. But the point is that white's also positionally better. White's got this big center. White's got the bishop pair. And once the center opens up and the queen side opens up, which it will if Greg plays a4, I think the light-squared bishop is about to have its moment in the sun.
It will, but that knight is coming out to c6, saving the rook in the corner. But I love your move a4. I think that's a very, very smart move, and Greg Shahade agrees with you, Danya. Let us develop that bishop. If black plays c4 here, that doesn't actually carry the threat that you think it does, because d3 in some of these positions can be met by bishop to e3. You check me, I counterattack your queen. That gets messy, but ooh, this pawn structure looks terrible for black, so Levy needs to be active right now.
Yeah, look at the light square weaknesses. Levy gave up that light squared bishop a long time ago, back when it seemed not to matter. But once this bishop gets to c4, boy oh boy, what you wouldn't give to have its counterpart sitting somewhere on e6. I would play bishop c4. You could also slowly accumulate your light square control with a move like b3, but I wouldn't necessarily procrastinate. I would get down to business. Instead, we see that kind of slow play by Greg, king h1, just getting the king out of the line of fire of the queen. This c4, d3 idea was kind of a headache, and he's setting himself up for a trap-free future.
And knight b4, which is the main active idea for black, it would always be met by pawn to c3, so it wasn't scary. The knight goes back to e7, wants to wrap around to f5 to kick the queen out, or to d5 if you take away the f5 square. But I think right about now is when Greg can think not just tactically, not just for checkmate, but that lonely a7 pawn. Is there, I was going to say, a queen a3 in his future with a bishop e4 now instead of bishop f3, which is what I was going to highlight, but he's just trying to kick the rook out of the corner and go after that lonely a pawn.
Another button that he can press on demand is this move rook a6. It's a tempting move. You bring the rook up to the 6th rank, laterally pressuring g6. In some situations, you could push f5. But like you said, Robert, I wouldn't try to play this tactically. I wouldn't try to force anything against black's king. In this position, f5 is unthinkable because you're going to give up e5 and you're going to give black a ton of activity. You called it. Bishop comes out to e4. But Levy's going to protect the knight with his rook. He's also going to centralize. And I'm not sure I love the fact that Greg has his bishop on e4 rather than on c4. I think that Levy could try to seek a lot of counterplay here with a timely knight e3 jump, maybe even in this very position.
I love knight e3, sacrificing material for activity. Actually, maybe you don't even give up material because many of white's pawns are loose. You know what's another idea? Is g5 for black. He chooses your option, but the whole point is that you are trying to collapse white's defensive setup. And so knight e3 says, please take my knight, open up the d file for my rook. The king on h1, it seems safe, but not when files and ranks are for the black's rook.
And the bishop on g7 has lay dormant for so long, just kind of biting on granite. I said the light squared bishop was going to have its moment in the sun. It did. Its moment in the sun is up. And if that bishop gets to h6, suddenly the f4 pawn is under fire. Suddenly, white's heavy pieces are kind of scattered about on the king side, and white's king is feeling all alone over there in the corner.
And there's a forcing line here. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes, queen takes. Rook takes trade on d8 first, of course, and then queen takes e3. So many of the pieces come off. Greg says, I don't like the look of that. My king wasn't going to feel so safe, lonely on the first rank. So rook g1, intending to meet bishop h6 with g3. And here's a blunder for you, Danya. If bishop h6, g3, g5, there's rook a6, and that bishop on h6 will be loose.
Oh, what amazing lateral awareness. I love those lateral side-to-side pins. They're so easy to miss. Levy starts with g5, so he combines our ideas, starting with knight e3, and now chipping away at white's pawn chain. Greg could still meet this with g3. I mean, 48 seconds, Greg finally eliminates that headache of a knight on e3. He takes twice on e3, but now Levy is finally going to break down this pawn chain with g takes f4. He's probably going to recapture on e5, and he's looking better than he has for most of the middle game, is Levy.
But what he wouldn't do to put a pawn back on g6 to help his king feel a little bit safer. So on one hand, you are challenging white's pawn structure in the center. On the other hand, that bishop on e4 is so much stronger on the light squares because it has a direct path towards the black king. And g takes f4, queen takes f4. Now, the f7 pawn would have been vulnerable. So queen d4 is an excellent choice from Levy. He desperately wants those queens off the board.
He is begging for a queen trade, especially because that rook would have landed on d4, skewering the bishop and the f-pawn, but queen f3, what a nice collected response by Greg, and what a difficult position to handle with 20 seconds. Tactics galore here, Robert, with bishop h7 and queen h5. The immediate queen h5 is a devastating threat. He moves his rook out of the way. I didn't even notice that it was hanging. What a tricky move by Levy. And queen h5 there would have ended the game. Oops, sorry.
But now queen f5 ends the game. Look, Levy went rook f8, defending the immediate threat. Queen f5.
Oh, wrong way. h6 now.
Queen f5 was checkmate.
It was literal checkmate. Now he threatens it, but he's too late. Levy gets his queen to e5, and rook d4, he's going to win the bishop.
The bishop is pinned here. Rook e1. If rook e8, there's bishop h7 check. So there are tactics that Levy will have to figure out after rook to e1. It's really a complicated position at this stage.
f5.
With bishop d5
bishop
check.
d5 check. And Levy's going to have to move the king. He has to move the king here. That's a difficult move,
goodness.
though. What a move it would be.
King h8, the only way to stay in this game, and he finds it.
And he's actually winning. When the smoke clears, it's white's king that's likely to be caught in a mating net if this pawn gets to g3.
And right now it can go there, but Levy down to 2 seconds. He needs to move it, and he plays rook check first. And that was
maiden
a
one!
error.
Danya. Levy can't believe it. He was that close to a crazy comeback.
You saw the grimace on Levy's face that really pained him.
No.
And for Greg, it did feel like he had the upper hand throughout a lot of that game, but you tend to remember the last mistake more than you remember some of the earlier ones.
Savielly Tartakower, the grandmaster and famous quipster, he quipped that the person who wins is the one who makes the penultimate mistake, the second to last mistake. Greg had the last laugh there. Now, I noted that game down, Robert. There's a detail in the end that I wanted to show. I'll do it after the break. Right now, we need to focus on the next game because these players, you know what the SCC is all about. You have absolutely no time to recover. You need to move on. You need to get away from those negative emotions and start the next game. Levy has been really, really good at that thus far. Can he do it here early in the match?
And I want to get chat involved once again. So many of you predicted Levy would win the match. It's still early. It's tied up. But has your opinion changed at all? Did more of you believe in Greg? Please let us know who you think will win this match between Levy Rozman and Greg Shahade. And Danya, in this position, it once again resembles a Sicilian. White missing a D-pawn, black missing that Sicilian C-pawn. And I like the way Greg is playing this game more than the previous one, where he first walked into what looked like an attack, then had some huge holes in the position. Now, all of black's pieces that have developed, not the bishop on f8, because that's stuck at home, the developed pieces make sense. And there is what looks like the natural rook c8, those kind of attacking moves for black.
Yeah, I mean, I would start by kicking the can down the road and getting the rook to c8. Greg might be trying to find ways to involve this bishop. If you gave him two moves in a row, Well, okay, other than queen takes a2, queen takes b1, let's be real here for a second. I think he would play g6 and bishop g7. And if you could get that bishop to the long diagonal, all of black's problems would be solved. Obviously, g6 could be met with bishop takes f6 and castles queenside. That wasn't in my top list of 5 moves. That is not a move that you see often in the Sicilian in any variation.
Didn't I just say to put a piece on c8, but the rook, the king? This is an unbelievable choice from Greg. He decides to castle on the same flank that white is castled to, and I think his claim is that, well, if I went to the king side, I might fall into an attack. Wait, bishop takes a2 check.
Bishop
now
takes a2.
was blundered by Levy.
Deflection. That knight is overloaded guarding the bishop and the a2 pawn. These are the kinds of small tactics that you have to see if you want to win an SCC match of any kind.
And I feel like Greg understands that something's up and he plays bishop takes a2 check. I'm looking for Levy's reaction. None just yet, but there is no way he did this on purpose, because you would take back on a2 immediately or respond. Levy had a blind spot, he blundered a pawn, and now Greg is the side for choice.
But it's not a fatal violation. That's the good thing, right? You lost the a2 pawn. It doesn't even fully compromise the safety of your king. Your king safety is still intact. Because Greg castled queenside, he's not really going for an attack against Levy's king anytime soon. Maybe in some situations the knight is going to jump to b4, but as long as Levy's knight remains on c3, knight b4 does not carry a big threat. I think Greg instead needs to focus on trying to get this bishop out of the game, because you can't play without your king side forever.
So what is he going to do? Like play h6 at some moment to challenge the bishop? But even there, bishop takes f6. Black's pawn structure is bad. The dark square bishop will never be particularly good. And the a pawn is not valuable for the time being. That's going to hurt white later in the game. Donnie, would you agree that that's an endgame issue more so than the current position?
Absolutely. You already have to think about potential endgames because there's a lot of piece trades on the horizon. There is one of them, bishop takes f6, actually played on his own volition, and he meets it with rook to d5, hitting the queen laterally. Lovely looking move. That queen is going to very likely drop back to c7, and Levy could even lift the rook up to b5. He could be the one operating on the queen side in just a couple of moves here.
And that bishop on f8 still does not have a useful diagonal to work with. Sometimes black thinks about the move f5 to play bishop g7, and so that the bishop stares down the length of diagonal. But after f5, rook takes f5, your f7 pawn is also going to be vulnerable. You don't have time to jettison the pawn in that manner. So I like a6, no knight b5 jumps for you. But Danya, what is the plan, not just for black, but also for white?
Yeah, because that rook on d5, it looks really pretty, but the knights are like, wait a second, there's only one parking spot in the city. I want it. And he moves the rook over to h5. I was going to propose this move. The rook trampolining from one side of the board to the other, and most importantly, he's vacating the d5 square for the knight. But knight d5, Robert, it's a one-move threat. What is going to be your follow-up after black calmly drops the queen back, let's say to c8, maybe to d7? How are you going to create actual chances? Because as ugly as black's pawn structure is, all of the pawns are actually pretty well defended. It's hard to get to any of these weaknesses in particular.
I'm going to offer you a draw, Danya, something I almost called you Daniel, also something I don't normally do. Because after queen c8 and knight b6, you can't play queen e6 because I think your queen gets trapped over there. And after knight f4, although the e4 pawn was loose, so maybe I didn't even trap your queen, but I was thinking that I could just go around and attack your queen over and over, and I was mistaken because e4 was loose in that specific position.
Man, Robert has offered me a draw. I mean, that is an honor of a lifetime. I'm truly at a loss for words. I don't think I'm in the right to turn it down, so I'm going to accept it. But Levy's going to keep playing, and is he going to chase this knight out of e5 with f4? Is that knight then going to jump to c4? And is Greg going to try to create some chances against Levy's king using his knight and queen?
Well, what's the threat for black? Is queen g4 the idea here to trade queens off? Because queen g4 might still be possible even after f4, as the rook on h5 is loose.
God, that's a scary move to play here, because that knight on g4, its only evacuation square is f2, but what a square that is, because once the knight jumps to f2, it forks the rook and the e4 pawn. Great awareness by Greg. This forces the queen trade because Levy has no way of moving his queen away and keeping both his knight and his rook protected. So we are going to get a very interesting, unbalanced endgame here.
And there's one more bonus of having the knight on g4. Not only does it threaten knight f2 with the e4 pawn being loose, but it allows you to play e6 because your knight on g4 protects the f6 pawn, and that allows the bishop on f8 to develop at long last. So black is a pawn ahead. I said it wouldn't matter until the endgame. if queens are coming off the board, we're heading towards a queenless middle game, an end game, whatever you want to call it. Black does have the extra material.
Levy's taking his time, though, which tells me he might be taking the move queen f2 seriously, noticing that black's king is awfully alone there, especially with the knight surrounding it and that queen potentially diving into b6. Queen f2 had to be taken seriously, but ultimately he decides on the queen trade. Now, is he going to try to surround the knight with rook f1? The move e6 is incredibly unpleasant, not only because it kicks the knight away from d5, but also creates an evacuation route for black's knight through e3 and c4. Let's also not forget that black is up a pawn here, and the knight is going to seek its fortunes on f2.
Wow, but knight f2, he wants rook d4, the only way to defend both rook and e4 pawn, and the knight is kind of trapped down there, but with the rook on d4, is e6 now available? Knight takes f6, bishop g7 with a pin on the diagonal?
I think it is. I mean, Levy would follow up with e5, but then the d file would open, and that knight on f2 could quickly turn from a strength to a weakness. Great tactical awareness by Greg Shahade here.
And Greg, he seems to be in the driver's seat right now. He's well up on the clock as Levy approaches 1 minute remaining, and Greg remains a pawn ahead. His knight is not going to get trapped. How do you even attack that knight? Your rook's on h5 out of play. Your rook on d4 can't get to it, and he's allowing bishop g7, which Greg seems completely surprised by.
And maybe Greg missed e5. Maybe he just thought that Levy's position should fall apart here. But the piece of good news for white is that if black plays d takes e5, the rook on d4 is protected by the knight on e2. So Levy could recapture with the f-pawn, and I think his position, as a result, remains intact. He's no longer playing to trap the knight on f2. He's just trying to keep his position together, and I think he's doing a pretty good job of it after f takes e5.
It looks like it should be bad for white,
Whoa.
and he throws in knight d7 check because the e5 pawn can be captured by the knight, and Greg didn't see that one coming either. So Greg is not really fully aware of some of white's opportunities, but his position, according to the engine, still remains positive.
Indeed. King c7, I think, is likely. Knight takes e5. The smoke is finally starting to clear. Now the big question, will black eliminate that knight? The bishop on g7 is a lovely piece. It's on the long diagonal, but the knight on e5 is a major headache. You certainly don't want to give up f7. White sort of threatens to take on d8 and take on f7. In some situations, you could even throw away some of these queenside pawns and go after the second rank, but I think Greg's going to choose a simpler approach.
But he doesn't have the easiest follow-up in this position because after rook d8, the move c3 looks
nice,
pretty stabilizing, and this h6 pawn is loose, and that keeps the bishop on g7 tied down. The f7 pawn is now threatened, so if you play bishop takes e5, f takes e5, h6 is loose, and he's going for this variation. So I don't know what Greg sees, but I'm starting to get worried about his position.
I am too. If you could reposition this rook to the second rank, you would more than happily part ways with your h6 pawn and generate counterplay against white's king. As long as this rook remains on black side of the board, Greg is going to be worse here. This is a long-term weakness. Knight d3, indirectly protecting h6 and counterattacking e5. That is an excellent move. That knight could also jump to f4. It could also jump to e1 with check. And we're going to get a really interesting endgame here. This is far from a draw, Robert. This is actually very unbalanced. It's anybody's game.
All three results are possible right now, and the engine says, oh, it's zeros, no big deal. And I'm looking at this like, wait, white has an outside pass pawn on the king side, black has outside pass pawn potential on the queen side, and the king is more active for black. So I would play king c2 here for white, get my king to the center. I just don't know what white's actual plan is. It seems like your pawns are a bit frozen in place.
And he throws the pawns forward in order to prevent king f6. Obviously, there are tactics down the 7th rank that you have to watch for. Knight takes e6 in some situations if the king loses contact with the e6 pawn. And we're going to get our first all-out time scramble of the game. So let's keep an eye as both of these players try to navigate this complicated endgame with less than 20 seconds on their clock. And that rook doesn't have a lot of squares, but h6 seems safe enough.
And the king for black is one's king of the hill, but white's king in the center as well. But this c4 move is good because it kicked the king back. But Danya, there's some potential for black on the queen side. White doesn't have too many pieces over there in case his pawns are threatened.
And Greg trying to control as many dark squares as possible, keeping his king stable in the center with 4 seconds. Levy attacks f7 and a check by Greg. I feel like Greg's position is getting overextended though, especially if this rook gets to f6 and if the knights come off the board. And Greg's got no choice. He's got to go for the knight trade. And he's now firmly worse.
That move, knight e4, received a question mark, but I think it was a good idea because look at him kicking back black's pieces. And knight f5 check is going to hurt.
Uh-oh. And now the h-pawn is going to be sent forward. And Greg had 1 second. He's going to flag. And he's losing.
No,
h5 is coming.
Okay, but knight g7 check, that's an awkward move. What's that knight doing on h5? I think Levy is he wins on time. But Danya, that was nervy play from Levy. You could tell that he had a great position, but then he was making knight g7 check, knight h5, moves that didn't really have a clear sense of the position.
Definitely nervy play, but earlier in the endgame, he did outplay Greg. There was a point at which Levy had 5 seconds, Greg had 20 seconds. White's position was always easier to play, but I agree, he needs to be more clear on what his plan is in those time scramble situations. If he had sent the H-pawn down the board, his position was already winning. But sometimes, Robert, you're just too mesmerized by your opponent's clock. You see it coming down to 0.3 seconds on every move, and at that point, you're just trying to feed unexpected moves in order to get your opponent to flag. Ultimately, the strategy worked in that game. It's 2-1.
It did. Just throw the pieces somewhere and hope that your opponent's clock ticks to zeros. That's what happened. Levy currently leads 2-1. This has been quite a balanced match thus far. I know we're only 3 games in, so that's easy to say, but I like the way these two are competing. They're playing very strong chess.
They really are. It's high-quality chess. Both of these players have had good moments. They've had not-so-good moments. For Greg, I don't think any systematic changes are necessary. He needs to continue playing fast. And so far, the position that we've gotten out of the opening has really defined the course of the overall game.
And we look at this position, it has Caro-Kann vibes. It's Levy's favorite. And in this position, it's been an exchange Caro where White is trying to look at that e5 square. And Black can play e5 at some moment, but that leaves you with an isolated queen pawn. The d5 pawn becomes the lone ranger. And that is not very fun for most players to work with.
Knight h6 by Levy. This is a common idea in the exchange Caro. Now, sometimes the knight gets to f5. That's the conventional way of playing. But other times, if you want to play more ambitiously, you see Black playing f6. I know Ben Feingold's cringing somewhere. The knight drops back to f7, and you ultimately try to expand in the center with f5. Levy goes for the former idea. Feels like White has a slight advantage because of his control over the e5 square and just the nicely coordinated way that Greg has positioned his pieces. But obviously, Black is ultra solid here with no obvious weaknesses.
And you see Greg play queen e2, lining up the rook and queen on the e-file. No e5 possibilities for Black. And if this were bullet, White would potentially throw the move g4 at some moment. You know how tempted you get when there are a few seconds on the clock? Let me just attack something. But I don't actually think it's a bad move because the knight wants to go to d6. But then you have bishop f4 to pin the knight there. So the more I think about it, g4 might kick the knight back to h6, and that's a really ugly square for it.
It's a gutsy move, and of course, it could backfire in some situations if Black could challenge that pawn later with f7, f5, but that's much easier said than done. The final problem in White's position is the fact that this bishop doesn't have any good developing squares, and great stuff by Greg. Kudos for playing g4. It's not an easy move to get yourself to play, but if you can bring this bishop out to f4, then you're firing on all cylinders. And Robert, f5, it may look scary, but it could simply be met with g5, keeping the king side closed. And later on, White could actually send the h-pawn down the board, so White could potentially attack on the king side too.
I'm with you there, and the e5 square would then permanently be White's for the taking. So a move like rook a to e8 makes perfect sense to me, just to shore up the center of the... Knight e3, tactical shot. You can't play e6 because the knight is loose on d6. Is there any way to successfully defend that pawn on d5?
Gosh, that knight on d6 is so misplaced. You would rather have that knight on a7, on b5, anywhere but where it is. Because if you play bishop e6, not only is Black's position kind of stuck in mud, but knight g5 is now a major possibility. I would just throw that move in and maybe just chill on g5. I wouldn't even rush to take on e6 because that might help Black produce some counterplay down the f-file. You could also just make a slow move like rook d1. When I say that Black is stuck in mud, I really mean that it's very hard for Levy to find a follow-up move here.
It looks close to being lost. I see the eval bar saying it's much better for White, but not overly significant. But to my eyes, if I were playing this in a blitz game from the Black side, I'd be worried about knight takes e6. The knight moves away from e3. My e6 pawn, my doubled e6 pawn, is in trouble. But perhaps Black will play a move like knight d8 after the capture on e6. But then I'm looking at this. Not only is knight takes e6 a threat, as you mentioned, you can leave the knight on g5, play h4, h5. Try to open up that bishop on d3.
Yeah, Greg's opening play thus far with the white pieces has been superb. I mean, to get this kind of position, 16 moves into a Caro-Kann, Levy's pet opening, not easy to do. And Levy has to muster up his troops, bring everything into the center, and try to keep his weaknesses protected. He plays queen a5. not really sure what he wants, maybe trying to protect d5 one more time. And Greg could also start expanding on the queen side. That's the great thing about this position. You can play casually because even if black drops the bishop away from d7, that queen could then be chased away with b2, b4. Levy is just tangled up, and it's so difficult to untangle here.
Can I ask you, if we wanted to be very direct for Greg right now, is there something wrong with knight takes e6, pawn
and
takes
knight
e6,
g2?
knight g2? Just defend our loose bishop, attack e6. I feel like the only way to defend for black would to be retreating, but queen f3 is Greg's choice. He's putting another attacker on d5. If Levy's idea was to move that light square bishop, not happening because d5 is loose.
Not bad, combining prophylaxis with an improving move. The only downside of queen f3 is that now knight takes c6 is a little bit less appealing, at least to me, because after f takes c6, you're walking into a pin against the bishop. So eventually you could tuck the queen away on g3 and maybe even bring it up to h4. I actually think Greg's follow-up might be queen g3 in this position.
I like queen g3 a lot. Queen h4 is a huge threat, threatening checkmate and also likely winning at least a pawn on the king side. He goes for it. Greg is playing a marvelous game. These two are trading off thus far, where Levy won game 1, Greg was able to strike back in game 2, then Levy had a nice endgame in the third game, and here it's a nice aggressive position for Greg Shahade. So with just under 2 minutes on the clock, Danya, knight e4 played. This is a bit desperate, but isn't there bishop? Oh, there's not. Bishop takes e4. Pawn takes e4, knight e6, f e6, bishop c7, something like that. Do I get away with it?
Wow, that's great. Sharp calculation by you. That bishop driving into c7, forking the queen and the rook. You do not want to play bishop takes e4 and then bishop c7. Instead, Greg just goes for the pawn. And I think that's a great approach, Robert, because there's actually a second order fork. Essentially, you're forking a fork. You're forking two different forks. Because after bishop takes e4, you're threatening d5. That's fork number 1. And you're threatening bishop c7, that's fork number 2, and there's like a meta fork because you're forking both of those forks. I've said the word fork too many times.
Did you just call it a metaphor? Because that was your most brilliant.
A metaphor! Oh, I didn't even do that intentionally.
Wow. You know, Donnie, it's been a while since we commentated together.
I know.
I have to give you that long overdue credit. That was a sweet one. But that bishop c7, hitting queen and rook, that was good, step 1. And if you take on d8, Black does have e takes d3, and at least there is some life there to Black's b3. Look at Greg go. He's just like, let me throw in this move to attack your queen, and now what's he going to do?
You often see players, when they talk about good form, they say, I saw the board well. You're like, well, what does that even mean? Of course, they mean it metaphorically. They mean it to say that they see all sides of the board. You're aware of what's going on the queen side, in the center, and you're able to push the right buttons at the right time. b3, forcing the queen onto an even more inferior square. And I wouldn't deal with the mess after bishop takes d8. I would just pick up the pawn on e4, especially in light of the threat of d5. But Greg trying to go fancy, he's going after Levy's queen. And he's saying that after bishop takes e4, the queen guards c3, and he'll be threatening rook b1.
But I think bishop takes e4 right away was stronger because of the threat on d8, the fork with pawn to d5, and this knight c2, rook b1. So he could have kept it all in his tool bag, his toolkit. Instead, he goes knight c2 right away. He's making it very clear what he wants. And after queen b2, bishop takes e4, I'm not sure there's a way to stop rook e to b1, trapping that queen.
The position is collapsing on all sides here. Levy's falling apart at the seams. He's also falling apart on the clock. He's got 50 seconds. He's got to find some way to sacrifice. Bishop d5 is actually an excellent move, because if white tunnel visions rook b1, and maybe rook b1 is the best move, at least black will be able to get some material for the queen. The game goes on.
Yeah, you get a bunch of material. I think you get at least 2 minor pieces, and Greg's going forward with this strategy. And the good news for Levy is it's blitz, not classical chess. There might not be enough remaining for Greg to figure it out when he has a minute on the clock. It sort of reminds me of the game between Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shankland at the U.S. Championship, where Fabiano found some excellent tactics. He won Sam's queen, but the resulting position saw many tactics available for Sam Shankland's defensive resources. Look at this. E5 for black. Danya, you played so many blitz and bullet games. If you take on e5 and the knight captures on e5 and a rook lands on d3 and a knight on f3, suddenly we're talking about this getting very messy.
+4 is such a misleading evaluation, because all you need to do is one mistake, and Greg already giving away some pawns in order to keep Levy's piece activity at bay. If you're Levy, you need to keep your minor pieces active. I would take with the rook. If you're Greg, your top goal is to exchange a pair of rooks. If you can get the rooks off the board, then the damage that the minor pieces are able to inflict decreases by several orders of magnitude. So my automatic move here would be rook d1. I think Greg's going to take this game, but this has been great resilient defense by Levy, and he's got to keep the rook on the board, and he does, and the d8 square is protected by his knight. Bishop c2.
Bishop c2, winning another pawn. Though Bishop c2 does allow rook d7, and white is getting a ton of activity. So you need to be careful if you're Levy, and also on the clock. 15 seconds for Levy. He plays your idea, Bishop c2, and he's playing this very passively.
Very passively. I think he's afraid of blundering a fork. He's afraid of allowing the pieces to get too active, but in so doing, he keeps giving away pawns, and suddenly Levy has 2 minor pieces and 2 pawns for the queen. He's still lost, but the game is a lot closer than it was a couple of moves ago.
The one issue for black, the knight on c6, that needs to get active. 5 seconds, now 6 seconds for Levy, but he desperately needs that knight to get into enemy territory.
And now the pieces are starting to get picked off. Yeah, great stuff by Greg. Queen d6 was a fork.
And now he just gets to mop up because he's trading off pieces. And I think Levy wants to play on because he wants to use some of the match clock. He remembers that match from 2021. Bullet chess was his best friend.
No question about it. If Levy can get into the bullet with a tie match, he will be more than happy. So every second is golden. These seconds that you take in recovery mode also allow you to take a deep breath, to adjust for the next game. And both players with the white pieces have been absolutely unstoppable. Robert, your phrase, trading blows, the perfect way to describe how this match has gone so far.
And you see how locked in Greg was? He's like, wait, what's going on? Why is the next game not starting? There is a mid-time control break for both of these players, and I think that allows them to look at their openings from the black side. We have a 2-2 match right now, all knotted up. And Danya, I think a tied match is very fair. These two players have looked every bit even thus far.
I've enjoyed the match so much, really from the very first moves. That opening game in the Trumpowski, an opening salvo by Levy. Greg, not to be outdone. Great positional control. Well done in time pressure by both players. They're feeling a lot of nerves. They're feeling the pressure to step up and perform in front of their fan base, and both of them are doing it so far. Let's take a moment, take our hats off. Great stuff by the players. This match promises to be a doozy.
And you mentioned fan base, so all of you watching, let us know your thoughts in the chat. Do you think that Levy Rozman will win, or can Greg Shahade not just keep the pace, but actually outpace Levy down the stretch? Let us know. We'll be back. We're going to take a break just like the players, and when we return, it's more from the I Am Not GM Speed Chess Championship.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on Chess.com.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of pro for free.
And we were.
And Greg Shahade there, he's always talking, he's always writing, he's always moving, he's always playing, he's always eating, he's always working out, and right now, he's always laughing because the match is tied 2-2 against Levy Rozman. Greg, on Twitter, he called it the biggest match in chess history. It started 54 minutes ago. They've already played 4 games, and we've got 30 more minutes of 5+1 action coming right up. Both players, I think, doing a good job of negotiating the butterflies in their stomach. And so far, they've both had good moments. They've both had not so good moments. White has won all 4 games in this match, but Greg Shahade, I think the big question marks were on him. Everybody knows how good Levy is. Levy, the more experienced online blitz player. Greg, the rustier of the two, but I think he's negotiated his requirements pretty well so far. Okay, so we're watching the I Am Not a GM SCC. This is Greg Shahade against Levy Rozman. Tomorrow, we will have the second of our semifinal matchups featuring Lawrence Trent and Polina Shuvalova. Okay, so the games are about to get underway, and we will get Robert back on the show momentarily. There we see Levy and Greg getting ready for the second half of the 5+1. Levy recently releasing his opus magnum, a book for chess beginners. And Robert, I'm very excited for these next 30 minutes. I think they're really going to define the course of the match. If Levy can keep this within striking distance going into the bullet, he has to be thrilled. I don't know what Greg is doing there, but whatever it is, it's worked out pretty well so far.
And who drinks water like that? That felt, a little strange. But however he gets his nourishment, Greg Shahade, he is feeling amped for this match. Sorry, everybody, had some technical difficulties there, but I am back. The players, they're back. They're locked in. And Danya, it's 2-2. The chat, before the match started, they spoke and said Levy was going to win. 92% of them. Do you think the chat says the same thing now?
Damn, girl. I don't know, man. I think we might have some bandwagon fans. It's like those Golden State Warriors fans. They win a game, and they sing the team's praises. They lose a game and they're the worst team in the world. People feel confident in Levy's abilities. I don't think he's done anything to disprove that so far, but don't sleep on Mr. Shahade. That guy can play some mean chess, and we're off with another Sicilian Trumpowski.
Yeah, that's maybe what we're going to have to call it. And this opening, it did well for Levy the first time. The second time, Greg, he was able to steal a pawn, and then he had a very interesting position with his knight galloping around. But in the end of that game, Levy was the one who came out on top. And I don't know what Greg just did over there. He spent some time and he said, whatever. I'm going to play d6, bishop e6. And is he going to castle queenside again? That's the big question.
I'm not a fan of this opening choice by Greg. I don't really know why he keeps repeating move 2 c5. Now, what do we see in SCC matches? Most of the time, players prepare a certain set of openings. Sometimes they mentally choose their responses to whatever their opponents can throw at them. Levy is a Trapowski player. That's, along with 1e4, that's his main opening. But you have to be flexible. If a line isn't working out for you, you have to have the ability to say, okay, maybe I didn't prepare it, but let me play 2 knight e4. Let me play 2 d5 and try to change up the position. I think this game is going to determine whether Greg keeps repeating this line or finally makes a change in their next game. But I think that objectively, White's position is just a tad easier to play because of the state of Black's kingside.
And I think that Levy will not make the same mistake twice. He's not going to play bishop b5 and hang that a2 pawn. You see him thinking right now, will he play pawn to a3 first to allow for bishop b5? No, he went knight h3, and it does seem like Greg is talking. So who is he talking to?
It's not, he's talking in like the meta sense. He's always talking. You know, even when there's nobody to talk to, he's talking.
Yeah, it seems that way, but he needs to just play the game that's in front of him. Maybe he's upset.
Yeah, who is he talking to?
I have no idea.
I mean, usually we don't see, we sometimes see Hikaru talking during SCC matches. Why is that? Because he's streaming. I know that twitch.tv/Greg Shahade has millions of fans, but I didn't know that channel was live right now. Maybe he's talking to himself. Have you thought about that, Robert?
I'm asking the team that's working so hard behind the scenes, and they say that it does appear he's talking to himself. Maybe he's pumping himself up, telling himself, Greg, you can do it. Find the tactics. Don't make any blunders. But it really feels like he's having a full-on conversation.
Back in 2015, 2016, before I streamed on Twitch, I used to, this is really dorky, but I used to sometimes play Blitz on Chess.com and pretend that I was like a big streamer. So I would start like commentating my games, or I would like role play that, Robert Hess is commentating my game to tens of thousands of viewers. To each their own. Maybe it helps Greg to verbalize his thoughts. Maybe that calms him down. I don't think it's a conventional chess playing device, but different strokes for different folks.
Ooh, now that's a good one there. And looks like Greg, he is now locked in, and he plays the move h6, which doesn't necessarily carry the threat you'd want it to, because after pawn takes bishop, the rook on h8 was loose. Levy wanted no part of that. He backs that bishop up. And is there actually a threat? That knight, once it moves, allows the bishop to attack the queen. But is that something that Greg actually needs to be scared of?
I think he does. Knight d5 does not, actually maybe not because of queen a4, and he is scared of it. He drops his queen back to c7, but now this d5 square is going to be claimed by White's knight. This has made the move knight f4 possible, which is a move that Greg tried to prevent with h6. He's relying on g5, but great tactical awareness by Levy. Knight takes c6 now comes with a threat against Black's queen, making this move, this big positional move possible, and now d5 belongs to White.
Here's a question for you. I know after g5, you're going to play knight takes e6. Can I take your queen on h4? We get into this queenless position with the semi-open g-file. White has a bishop pair. How bad is that for Black?
Somewhere between like bad and miserable. Maybe actually not that bad, because the pawn on h4 looks like a weakness, but it actually kind of holds down some of White's kingside pawns. Greg doesn't want anything to do with it, though. He drops his queen back to c8. And Black's queen has been a problem in this line overall, Robert. First, it's on a5. It's been a problem in all of the games. At some point, it drops back to c7, but he's just burning too many tempi trying to find accommodations for this prima donna of a queen on c8.
And that queen is just doing a defensive task at the moment. Although knight e5 comes to mind as Black's next move, trying to hop that knight into c4. And there are some loose squares in Black's camp. So Levy, he just solidifies the center with pawn to f3. His queen now could slide back from h4, maybe to e1, if that's what the position calls for. f2 being the more likely square. I actually would do that. I'd play bishop e3, queen f2, and line up my pieces against the black. I would say king side, but it's the queen side.
Yeah, great call. It's the side of the board that has the king, which is also the queen side. Not confusing at all, which is why on some broadcasts, I think the commentators refer to it as the left side and the right side of the board. Not bad, but g5, Greg playing on the right side of the board, trying to establish this knight on e5, but I'm just worried about the long-term health of his king. If he plays a6, he gives up the b6 square, and slowly storm clouds are starting to gather around the king. Levy could bring his bishop out to b5. Already he's creating threats against the a7 pawn, and if you can induce the move a6, then these long-term dark square weaknesses are going to cost black in the long run.
It does not look pleasant to make that move, but bishop takes c6 was a threat, so it goes queen c7. I like that a lot. If bishop takes knight, pawn takes back on c6, and a7 suddenly is protected. I think this is a great decision from Greg, and I know I've been frustrated by positions like this, when I feel like I should be better, I should be winning, but I actually can't find the knockout, and black's next move is bishop g7, maybe knight f6 back to d7 to follow, and I don't see how white ends the game, and I see how black, on the other hand, improves.
It would be nice if you could somehow deflect this knight, because bishop takes a7 would not only win a pawn, you would also be able to drop the bishop back to b6. So there was this very interesting tactical move, e5, trying to get black to triple his pawns along the e-file. Instead, Levy chiseling away at black's center, dropping the bishop back to c4, and vacating the b5 square for the knight. So I think his idea in response to queen c8, we're about to find out, but I really like the look of knight b5. Again, all of my play is centered around one thing. I want to force black to play a6 so that you get this massive outpost for the bishop right in black's grill.
This bishop b5, bishop c4, grabbing that back on the yo-yo string, that was really nice from Levy because he gained a clear tempo. The bishop was back on f1. Now it's out in c4. Knight b5, still a great idea, as you're indicating, to go after the weakened dark squares on the queen side near black's king. So knight b5 looks great. I'm looking at the clocks, by the way, Danya. It's about even on time. Do you think that helps black's defensive chances or actually helps Levy in his attacking possibilities on the queen side?
It's a good question. I think this is where Levy's bullet experience really comes in. And we see Levy striking on the other side of the board. Good whole board awareness by both players thus far in this match. Also a big shout out. We have Greg Shahade. Completely unrelated to Greg Shahade. It just happens to be a coincidence that they have the same last name and that she's in the chat during his match. Why would anybody think they're related? Just kidding. Big shout out to Jennifer, Greg's amazing and very accomplished sister, cheering on her brother. Or, I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, of course.
Of course, we know Jen very well here. Shout out to you. And shout out to that move e5, by the way. I know we're just talking about Greg and his family, but e5 is a move that could be a crusher.
Yeah, let's talk about the move. I mean,
whew, that's a nasty move. If you take on e5, you have these triple isolated pawns in the center.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that would be
I made that move.
Yeah, but DE, rook takes d8, you have to take with the queen. The next rook slides over. So Greg, he doesn't mind tucking his tail between his legs. So his knight to e8. His next move could be bishop g7. It's not the end of the world, even though it looks very unpleasant for black.
Big kahuna burger. I mean, I think you called it, Robert. The frustrating thing about these positions, you feel like you keep accumulating the advantage, but the knockout blow keeps eluding you, and he still hasn't managed to provoke a6. I have a vested interest in taking over-under bets on whether that move is finally going to appear on the board. I think if it is, now is the likeliest time, because that old threat of bishop takes c6 and bishop a7 is still very much the threat. Rook takes h4, rook c4, and Levy continues to accumulate the forces on the queen side. I was about to say king side, but I remember. It's the queen side.
It's confusing me as well. And now bishop takes c4. You have to take with the pawn, rook b4 check. And after king 8, bishop takes a7 or rook a4. It doesn't matter. These moves are going to really, really hurt. So I feel like right now Greg is about to get checkmated on that side of the board. And it's because he was not able to fully develop his pieces.
God, the way that Levy has connected the king side and the queen side is really beautiful. It produces an aesthetic effect. He played h4 5 moves ago. It seemed to be completely unrelated to what's going on the other side of the board. Robert, it's like those movies I really like that have 3 interconnecting storylines, and you don't see how they're connected until the very last minutes of the movie. Well, we're about to see how the two sides of the board are connected when Levy shuttles and trampolines his rook from the h-file, preferably to the c-file, although you can't do that quite yet.
Well, you could play queen e2 to get that rook over to c4, and if black's best move is d5 at any point, your knight on e8 is useless, the bishop on g7 isn't helping, so he tries to develop that knight right away, and there is tension in the center. I could see this.
Oh, what was that? He blundered. He allowed queen takes c3 and queen takes e5, and Greg could have built a big battery on the long diagonal, but 10 seconds for Levy. d5 makes sense as well, and black is not checkmated yet. The game keeps going.
What's the material? White is white? No, white is up a pawn. I thought for a second white was
up a
pawn. But where to next? That's the big question. It's the a pawn, so it doesn't allow white to end the game, at least not too quickly.
Feels like Levy has gotten a little bit nervous in time scrambles thus far in the match. He plays knight a4, but he yields the b5 square to black's knight, and Greg has to get active at all costs. 5 seconds for Levy. And d4. Black is developing counterplay.
Active at all costs. The knight a4 is useless over there. He plays b4, but there has to be a problem in white's position.
Rook d5, another excellent move by Greg. And now white's center is starting to collapse, and the game is turned completely.
And if that black knight can wrap around knight d6 to c4 at any moment, it's going to spell disaster for Levy.
Knight d6 is a must. You need to get this knight off of e4. Levy trying to hunker down on the king side. Now the pawn structure improving for black, and the queen is diving into c4. Levy trying to break apart black's center, but he's just giving away more pawns.
And just plant a bishop on e5 at some moment. That's going to hurt. And as we see a queen trade, d3 is happening.
Oh,
his bishop.
d2! But rook c1, rook c2 mate!
Wow. Rook c2.
And he's just going to trade and promote.
That is nasty vision from Greg.
Oh, and he did all of that with 17 seconds on his clock. Why did he give up that pawn?
What is he doing?
It's still winning, but he needs to be careful now.
If that d6 pawn were captured, we would be talking about a draw, but that was smart of Greg to slow it down right there. His rook does stop white's g-pawn, and now it's clear that the white king is pushed back, the black king infiltrates, and it's pawn pushing time for black.
That was either a mouse slip or a bad pre-move, but all's well that ends well for Greg. Look at how the b-pawn holds white's pawn majority down. That's it. Rook g1. You could get the bishop off the diagonal and take the g5 pawn. Anything is winning. What a comeback victory, and what a frustrating defeat for Levy, who played a brilliant positional game up until the time scramble.
And this is looking like our first victory for a player with the black pieces of the match. It was 2-2, both players trading off victories, and now the d-pawn is going to decide this game.
And you don't want to give it away. That's all you want to avoid. Rook f5, rook takes b5 is the easiest, and the rest. Don't go king c3.
But you know what?
Wait, it's actually not that easy.
You know what he's doing, though? What he really wants to do is waste time. He may actually come close to holding this game, as you're indicating, but I really think he's just trying to burn clock. Levy wants the bullet.
No, but how do you win this? I think to win this, you need to go d2. Why didn't he go d2?
He's had a million chances to do it, like right there.
d2. Now it's a little bit less clear. I feel like he's trying to find the worst moment to play d2, and you got to be a little bit careful about repetition. Finally, he plays it. And okay, there we go.
And he gets the job done. It wasn't the cleanest path to victory, but a victory nonetheless. So Greg Shahade is in the lead for the first time in this match. He leads 3-2. So chat, I keep asking for your opinions. You've been telling us that you think Levy is the favorite. Tell us now that Greg has the lead. Are you changing your mind? What do you think of this match? Please get involved. But Donnie, we're back to a Caro-Kann, the two knights position, bishop g4, taking that knight in f3 is what we saw in an earlier game. And Levy, he goes back to what he played in the earlier game, but we did like how Greg was able to exit the opening.
Yeah, and maybe this time we're going to see Levy refrain from the move d4. Nope, he waits for me to say that and then plays it at that precise moment. I'm just not a huge fan of this pawn structure. I think the bishop pair, combined with this idea of sliding the queen over to g3 when the bishop on e2 is so nicely placed to restrict the mobility of the knight, just gives white an easier practical game.
I like this. Yeah, it's such a simple plan for white. Knight d2, knight c4, queen g3. Exactly what we saw Greg do in the earlier game. And Levy, who felt uncomfortable, pushed that b-pawn. You remember that? He decided to push his pawn and try to kick Greg's pieces back. But it was too soon. It caused him some problems. And Levy, he develops his queenside first this time around. So now knight c4 can successfully be met by pawn to b5.
And knight to b4 might look scary, but it can be successfully met with c3. Which is a move that you've highlighted before. Also, the e5 pawn would be hanging with check. And a different approach taken by Levy here. He delays castle's kingside. Instead, he pushes h5 And I think it's not so much that he's trying to attack White's king as he is trying to restrict the activity of White's kingside overall. But Robert, if Black is not careful, this move might actually have the opposite effect because he is giving White a nice parking spot on g5 for the bishop. The queen could potentially even drop back to h2, and it does, to maintain the pressure on the e5 pawn.
So Black should play knight d7. Oh, that allows knight d6 check. I was about to say he should play knight d7. Maybe knight d6 wasn't the end of the world, but my whole point was that bishop g5 was going to feel uncomfortable, especially with rook f1, f4 to follow. It's just a bit nasty for Black to deal with.
And the committal thing about getting your pawn to h4 is that you're not really castling kingside if White's bishop sits on g5, because then you're just going to drop h4. You're also probably not castling queenside, although after what Greg did a couple of games ago, I think I got to be careful about saying that. But here, I think it's safe to say that castling queenside is instant harakiri.
Well, maybe knight h5, which was not available in the earlier game, now that you push your pawn all the way up to h4, does that stop f4 from White? So I would be looking in that direction, and White, with a pair of bishops, wants to play on both sides of the board. So after knight h5, I might then play a4 and have you figure out what you're going to do with your king.
Yeah, White's under no obligation to rush the move f4. Positionally speaking, White's position is fundamentally sound. You could also rely on the other pawn break, particularly if Black keeps his king in the center. You could try to play c3, and then you can kind of nibble around the edges of the well-timed b2, b4. So I like White's position, but I think Levy so far is doing a pretty decent job of preventing the situation from spiraling out of control with f4.
And we see a4 played, and here's the big moment. Will Levy castle queenside? If his king goes over to c8, I think White knows what he needs to do. Start pushing in front of the king. And g5. Wow, that's a big choice.
Yeah, that's like a Maroczy bind shifted 3 files to the right. And it makes sense. He is trying to prevent f2, f4 at all costs. And what Levy is saying is, yeah, these moves might look awkward and they might look weakening, but as long as you're not playing f4, where is your activity going to come from? That queen on h2 is feeling awfully lonely without the support of the bishop and the rook.
That's a very good point. The queen on h2 is a bad piece. And how do you progress from here? I would be playing on the queen side, trying to play c3 at the right moment. He plays bishop g4, stopping Black from castling. So that's a very good decision, as it means that the Black king will have a more difficult time finding true shelter.
God, that queen on h2 is like when you're driving through a mountainous area and you see those houses on top of the mountain and you start to wonder, how does a car possibly get to that spot? Like, how can you get to a space so isolated? How did that queen even get to h2? I don't even remember anymore. I think it did it through g3. Oh, queen d1, f3, g3, and h2. It kind of fell into that little envelope there, and it looks pretty, but the pressure on e5 is completely manageable. Black is doing a great job of keeping this pawn nicely protected. And here comes Levy striking at the other side of the board.
And it's time to retreat. Knight a3 here, defending the c2 pawn. You can't push c3, as you're pointing out. Bishop d1 is also a reasonable choice. But I'd play knight a3 and then play bishop d2 and just try to slowly finish my development, connect my rooks. That queen on h2 is ugly. I give that to you. I don't like the location that it's currently on. But I do think that at a later point down here, there could be a g3 push to open up that flank and give the queen more squares.
As scary as it is, g3 might have been a move that Greg wanted to play earlier. Now the knight gets to f4, and if you take that knight, Black will likely take with the g-pawn. Then the queen on h2 will go from bad to worse. You literally would be playing down a queen. So Greg is dealing with a lot here, but his position remains fundamentally sound. And one of the issues, Robert, with that move g5, which we largely praised, is that there are these light square weaknesses. So Black really can't open up the center. f5 is a very difficult pawn push to engineer. And as long as the center remains closed, White actually can afford to play with a really, really bad queen on h2.
I like king h1, not because it actually threatens g3 or anything of that sort. You're not going to open up the h-file, because it causes Levy to think and find a plan. There isn't an obvious plan for Black. Heck, there isn't an obvious plan for White, but you're just passing the baton and saying, here you go, Levy, your turn now. And Levy at some point will need to decide what's going on with his king. Is it going to castle queenside? He just said yes, but that gives White a target. Now we know exactly where the king will remain. You should go after it.
Bishop g4 check would be a good place to start really expanding on White's monopoly over the light squares. You could then shuffle the f1 or rook over to b1. And these types of positions are about posturing as well as about actual plans. Rook FB1 is an intimidating move. You want to continue milking time off of black's clock. So largely, white is playing without risk here. White is the one who's essentially calling the shots and deciding whether to open up the position or not. Black basically has to sit around and wait and react to whatever Greg does.
And this bishop on g7, a very bad piece. The bishop on g4 is better. The bishop on d2 can take at the right moment on f4, and then you follow with pawn to f3 for white, and the queen will slink back g1, f2, and move on over to the queen side. So I would start by playing f3. There's no rush on capturing that knight, and he does just that.
Oh!
Maybe he can go in.
There was a crazy... Oh, knight e2, knight g3! He walks right into it. Now, let me qualify this by saying that I don't think exchange loss is the end of the world because the center is so closed. I actually don't think that white is all that much worse here, even though clearly Greg blundered this move.
Yeah, and somehow the engine didn't like knight takes rook, which means f5, which Levy wasn't even looking at, was available, so I'm not even going to bother showing that. But there was a tactic there that neither player was looking out for, and I have to say, Daniel, it's a closed position. All 8 pawns are on the board for each side. The rooks don't have open files. I'd rather have the minor pieces.
For some reason, when you said it's a closed position and then you said the words all 8, I thought you would say all 8 results are possible. For some reason, that made sense to me. Oh. And look at this. He blunders the exchange back. It was the knight's moment in the sun with a rook. Now it's the bishop's moment to trap the rook on e8. And then you could take and go knight b6.
Knight b6 is sick because the knight on g8 is loose. Just don't play knight takes e5 as the queen would take with check to the king on h2.
Yeah, and then f4, queen e6 would save the knight.
Danya, a6 first, because after b6, then knight takes b6.
Oh! You provoked the pawn forward so that you can take it with a discovered attack against the knight, which is suddenly on its initial square and x-rayed by the queen. I'll show this really, really quickly, Robert, as we wait for Greg to make his move. a6, if b5, then there are too many weaknesses on the queen side. Knight a5 and queen d5 is devastating. And what you're saying, Robert, is that b6 now runs into knight takes b6, beautiful whole board awareness, and then the queen is going to drop back to f7 with devastating threats against black's king. Greg misses it, and instead, he drops his knight back to a3, maintaining a big advantage, but this gives Levy a new lease on life.
And I think he is going to try a6 to carve out those light squares, and at b6 we see that white is going to have some fun, but there's no clear infiltration from there. It's aesthetically pleasing, we have nice control, but we don't have a checkmate on the horizon. But look at the clock. That's what I'm worried about right now. Levy at 41 seconds, Greg at over a minute. It does feel like it's easier to play for white because his king is much safer.
There's going to be one more game after this one. These are 2 critical games. Greg Shahade is currently up a point. If he can take these next 2 games, he will open up a big lead going to the 3+1. It'll be a major confidence boost if he could win a long positional affair like this one. His queen mining for gold, but operating on its own, Robert, that queen not only is not scary, but Greg has just gotten himself into a forced queen trade, which is only in black's favor.
In this closed position, of course, black wanted that queen trade. White does control some pawn breaks, namely g3 on the king side, but with rook still on the board, I wouldn't advise that just yet. But wait a second, now I'm starting to think about it more and more, because after g3, a swap on g3, the white king enters via g4, but I want the rooks off before I go for that.
Too passive by Greg. He gets his king to f2. I think he's underestimated how dire the situation suddenly is. Ironically, on the side of the board that he was supposed to attack on, now it's Levy making strides. Rook
and
a8.
I like that move. I really like knight c4, and I like your response, rook a8. Don't open the b file for that white rook. We are seeing some trades, but this isn't that easy as black will play b5 and c4.
And white needs to smoke this rook out of a2 at all costs, but he might not be in time. King c1, c4, and you're not able to play rook b2 because of bishop a3, but king to d7 by Levy, going for the other side of the board and maintaining the tension, but king b1 and rook a2, I think Greg should be able to hold the draw here.
Yeah, now if the rooks come off the board, it's a clear draw. I think Levy would be advised to take that draw. You can't move your rook off the A file, as in white is the one having all the fun. And Levy down to 5 seconds. He's thinking about what to do, and he brings his king up, allowing the rook trade.
It's tempting for white to keep pieces on the board because black has 5 seconds, but with a 1 second increment, no need for Greg to be cute. Just make the draw, keep that 1 point lead. A result for white, but a good defensive effort by Greg in the endgame. He didn't lose his mind. He did what the position required of him once he blundered into the queen trade.
and Levy pushing a pawn. If it's captured, the king takes back, and then there are no more pawn pushes available to either player. So yes, white can play g3. Well, not anymore. There's not much happening in this position. They're going to shuffle around, and for Levy, this is likely the penultimate game of the 5+1. We saw in 2021, he was trailing after the 5-1. He was trailing after the 3-1 as well, and we see the game conclude as a draw. So he knows that even if he's down a few games heading into bullet, he still has a chance. He is not unhappy with his current situation.
Absolutely not. Man, if Hikaru was on the black side of that game, I think he would probably find a way to milk 3.5 minutes off the clock in that endgame. But I think that neither player minds an extra game to close off the 5+1 segment. It's been very high-level chess for the entirety of this match so far, and Greg repeating the same line again.
He likes it. There's something about this variation that he feels favors him, and Levy, for a third time, changes his move in this position. There's bishop b5 blunder, there was knight h3, and now there's knight to e2. And I don't know the big difference between knight h3 and knight e2 besides the centralization for that white knight, but Levy likes this setup.
And there's an interesting psychological component. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into this, but I can speak from personal experience. I haven't played a lot of these matches, but one really annoying thing is when you feel like you're always better, and you're always better out of the same opening, and you always find a way to screw up. That starts affecting you psychologically. And maybe Greg isn't such a big fan of his position objectively, but knowing that he won the previous game and that he turned it around, I think he's putting a lot of pressure on Levy to prove that he can win a game in this line. And that can seriously start tilting. You're like, why can't I get a game in this line? I'm supposed to be better.
It's frustrating. Yeah, it really is. You're like bashing your head against the proverbial wall. And queen h5. So Greg says you're not going to go for a checkmate against my lonely king this time around, even though Greg was able to win the last time he had black. But this position is one where Greg says, let's get these queens up the board. Queen g6 would be tempting. Do you think that Levy's... Yeah, I was going to ask you. You already answered. Levy's not going to allow a queen trade.
No, sirree. And I think queen g6, okay, now I got to get out of that southern accent, might be met with the move f3. And you see this sometimes in the Taimanov Sicilian. If white can trade queens on his own terms and open up the h file and set his kingside pawns in motion, then we can negotiate. So I really like f3. I like knight f4. And I like the prospect of opening up the h file. No question that all of black's problems are not solved in the endgame. Just because you're not going to get checkmated doesn't mean that your position still isn't super cramped and poorly developed. It is.
And this is a great exhibition of that. Knight f4, forcing the queens off the board, taking with the h-pawn. The bishop on e6 is under attack. I don't think you want to allow knight takes e6. There will be problems with defending the pawn. And so bishop d7, a retreating move, a good one. And Danya, your plan is obvious. f3, g4, I like that. But also we know about the Sicilian. Even though there are going to be some tactical possibilities for white with queens on the board, once queens get traded, the foundation of black's position is often quite stable and strong.
It is. And a big decision now has to be made by Greg. Where is he going to deploy this bishop? He plays this Scheveningen style with e6. Now, it's important to point out that g4, h6 is ineffective because g5 is possible anyway. Black is lacking one tempo. If you had bishop e7 already in, then you would be able to play h6 and keep this knight on the f6 square. Levy could even, in some cases, push his pawn all the way up to g6, again, because this rook is constantly going to be undefended.
That looks great. With g5, the knight has to go to e8 or g8, and then g6 because the rook is not protected. That looks problematic for Greg.
Very problematic, because if you have to play f takes g6, you're actually just losing a pawn after knight takes g6, and he missed the opportunity. Should I show that really quickly,
You
Robert?
definitely
Because
should.
I feel like that ship has sailed. Instead, g5. The knight has to go back to the 8th rank, severing the connection between the two rooks. Now g6, lovely idea, shattering black's pawn structure, and the point is that f takes g6 runs into knight takes g6. Can't take the knight, have to drop the pawn, and have to give away the bishop pair. This would have been likely a calamity for Greg Shahade.
And it looks like in the game continuation, black was able to throw those queenside pawns up the board to chase the bishop around. But there must be a tactic here. I mean, g5 still is available with g6 to follow. And if you don't want to give up your light square bishop, you play bishop a2, but then you're looking at knight c4. So g5, once again, that's going to result in a nice position for white because you shatter black's pawn structure.
It's one of those things. If Levy finds the idea, he's much better. If he doesn't, then Greg's position remains fundamentally sound. If Black can play h6, in some situations, I would even prefer Black. Like once you get knight c4 in, you could actually set your own queenside pawns in motion. Levy still kicking the can down the road, and he's got another chance to play g5 and g6. Of course, first, I would choose to eliminate this knight. Bishop c1, Robert, runs into the very important knight takes a3 tactic.
That's a lovely find by you, and it's something that you need to know if you play in a Sicilian quite regularly. So knight takes a3 would be available if the bishop moves. g5, he didn't spot it the first couple times. Will he spot it now? He's shown that he doesn't want to give up the bishop for that knight, but now is the time. And wait, he walked into the tactic that you mentioned, but Danya, there could be g5, g6 at the end of that if you do play knight takes a3.
And oh, wow. Yeah, there was bishop b2 and g5 and h6. Finally, that ship has sailed, or has it? Because after bishop takes c4, again, there's always this problem of Black losing the connection between his rooks, and that allows White to play g5. I would most certainly take with a pawn there, and he's allowed it again. He's allowed it again. Is it as effective as in the previous times, Robert?
It looks good for White. The knight has to move. I would be going back to e8. I think that keeps things a little bit more compact. d6 pawn gains another defender. It's going to be better for White because Black is going to be saddled with an isolated pawn on the h-file that White can quickly go after.
Yeah, very, very unpleasant. Greg had the opportunity to permanently prevent this resource by taking on c4 with a pawn. You understand why he took with the rook. That's the more tempting recapture. Now he's got to find a way to keep his kingside pawn structure intact. I think you should probably bite the bullet and drop the knight back to e8, play gh, and in some cases you might have to part ways with the h6 pawn. Of course, that's not necessarily going to end the game.
And we see knight e8 after a think. It was a sizable think, and Greg is still up by 45 seconds. So the clock management has been in Greg's favor. He was surprised by g6 there, thinking that White had an obvious advantage after gh. But Dinah, this also looks pleasant for Levy. He is just trying to create long-term weaknesses in Black's structure.
Yeah, visually, g takes h6 is more tempting, but I think that the key word here is long-term. After f6, sorry, I didn't play that move intentionally. Black would have the weakness of e6, the weakness of g7, and that knight would potentially be able to ensconce itself on h5 instead. Greg trying to keep the status quo and saying, yeah, you can take on f7, but then you're going to have to let my rook get active.
I like this more for Greg than I did earlier. And bishop e3, it was given a question mark. I'm not sure what's so bad about it, but bishop g5 at any moment will be tempting for Greg to pin this knight on f4.
Yeah, that would be an issue because the bishop on e3, it was perfectly well defended on c1. It's no longer on a defended square on e3. Well, now
is there f5? Can you play f5 for Black and say your g6 pawn isn't a strength but a weakness?
I loved f5 because it would have also involved the rook on c4 laterally. Suddenly the pressure on f4 would have gotten serious. And Levy falling behind on the clock as well.
This is looking not so fun for White anymore. I think you have to start retreating, and he does just that.
f5 again?
C to e2. f5 looks perfectly timed.
And it's so nice that the knight on e8, it's fulfilling a crucial defensive duty. It's guarding the d6 pawn, and it's also guarding the g7 square, taking the sting out of a potential knight jump to h5.
And I wonder if Greg is looking in that direction. This will be the final game of the 5-minute time control. You see that the match clock has elapsed for the 5-minute plus 1 second increment. And he plays f5. And Sicilian players, they need to be looking at lashing out on the king side. An exclamation point deserved for that move.
Absolutely. The timing of that move could not have been better. Greg has now firmly taken over the initiative. What was once his strength, what was once the pride of White's position on g6, fixing all of Black's weaknesses, is now one of White's greatest liabilities. After bishop takes e3, Black's rook could slide over to g5, and suddenly the g-pawn is hanging, the other g-pawn is hanging, Levy's kingside is on the verge of collapse here.
And then Black will play e5 and get that bishop out to f5 and go after the c2 pawn. So there are problems on both sides of the board for Levy. You saw him kind of shake his head before. It seemed like he was cracking his neck, but it's a sign that his position is not particularly good. And I don't know what Greg is shaking his head for now. He's clearly better.
Maybe sort of Hikaru style, he's disappointed at Levy's play. He's disappointed that Levy didn't make him defend longer.
This is looking like Levy is going to have to defend for a long time just to survive this. The rook is under attack. I would slide back one square to c5 and hit that knight on h5, trying to gather that g6 pawn.
God, Greg has been so sharp in the last couple of games, but can he keep his foot on the gas pedal? I think the best way to do that is to play e5, the move that you pointed out, Robert. He puts a rook on e5, also interesting. Rook takes e5. He might want to recapture with a pawn and dislodge this knight from f4. That would pave the way for black to start munching on these g-pawns.
That's really clever, because he is inviting double pawns for himself, and Levy says, no thank you, I'm moving my rook to the c-file. And for Greg, you go back and forth. I don't think that's likely at this stage, but how else can you play for a win? You need to push that e-pawn up to e5.
And now it's the question for Levy. He might not want to go back to e3 because he might be worried about e5. He does go back to e3. He's fine with the draw here, no question about it. Greg puts the other rook on e5. Don't play rook c3 now for obvious reasons.
He goes rook e1.
And maybe takes and put the rook on g5 again?
That is hilarious. That you didn't expect the g5 rook to be traded. He goes king c7. Watch out for knight d3. That's what Levy's setting up.
Absolutely. Good awareness by Greg. Again, the rook gets to g5, but now Levy is managing to secure his kingside. Rook c3, rook e1, and suddenly knight d5 is in the air. That king on c7 is super misplaced.
But Levy gets passive. He only has 6 seconds on his clock, and now he's trying to double up his rooks. He's defending c2, but Greg's rooks are annoyingly active.
Okay, I would definitely trade one pair of rooks. That's just going to make black's position easier to navigate.
Yeah, trade and play rook g5. The g6 pawn finally is dropping.
And a big moment right now. He misses it. King to d7, trying to centralize his king, but allowing Levy to control the g5 square. And once again, Robert, the g6 pawn has become a strength, but he's blundered bishop e4.
Yeah, there were some f5 ideas with knight takes g7 to follow, but instead, oh no, he's walking
rook
to rook
f2. He's walking into everything, and he's just going to end up 2 pawns down in the endgame. It's over.
I mean, Greg has been very solid. Even when he has bad positions, he has not gone down without a fight. And we see in this position, the g-pawn is loose. Take that pawn, take the second g-pawn, and your troubles are mostly over.
It's not over yet. Don't miss a knight fork. Whatever you do, Greg cycling around with his rook and allowing knight d4. Levy is very resilient in these types of positions. I would play knight f5 and knight h4 and try to go after that g7 pawn.
And he does just that.
Whoa. Knight e6, knight e6.
Yeah, he found a way to stop it. And white's knights are tied together, and knight takes g7. That should do the trick. How many pieces is black up? It's a rook and 2 pawns for just, now 1 pawn for a knight.
He could have picked up one of the knights there with knight h5. It's still not over. Those knights are so resilient. It's so easy to miss a knight fork, but he's given away a knight, and he's losing the game.
Hard to fork with knights when you don't have them, so it's now a full extra rook. And this doesn't matter when Levy ends up throwing in the towel, because it's the last game of the 5+1. And look at that. Knight b6, knight c4, and that's resignation. And that is a 2-point lead for Greg Shahade.
I know all roads led to Philadelphia there, but knight a8, knight b6, knight c4 is a sexy way to end that game. It's a frustrating one for Levy. You can sense the frustration as he goes down by 2 points. The one piece of encouragement for Levy, this is shades of 2021, Robert, and we know how that match ended.
In 2021, Greg Shahade had the lead after the 5+1 and the 3+1, but in the bullet, Levy was king. He won 8-2 against Greg in 2021, so we know that he still has a chance. And Danya, before we head to break, what does Levy have to do differently in the quicker time control?
He needs to perform better in time scrambles. I think that was maybe the biggest X factor. He's gotten everything that he could ask for out of the opening. Maybe a different line of the Caro-Kann with black, but he has to maintain his composure when both sides get under 20 seconds. I am so impressed with the way that Greg has handled himself with under 20 seconds. He has done the better job of being the better bullet player thus far.
Well, old Greg learning new tricks. He is now up 2 points. And Levy, he was great in Title Tuesday, beating Alireza Firouzja recently. But did you know that even if you're not titled, there's still a tournament for you? Untitled Tuesdays is open to all untitled players. Compete in Untitled Tuesday every week and put your skills to the test amongst your Chess.com community. Anyone is eligible to play in the weekly Untitled Tuesday tournaments, so use the command Untitled in chat to learn how to play. Enjoy yourselves each and every Tuesday, just like Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and more do, you have a chance to play and compete against the community. So, on that note, we are going to take a break. The community members watching, give us your predictions. Will it be Greg Shahade? Will it be Levy Rozman? This is the I Am Not GM Speedchess Championship, brought to you by Chess.com.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square, they can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but
There are two spells, jump and freeze. The freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is hard. What?
Freeze here, knight check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece, and I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here... This is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're going to be winning so many games, though.
I can't block with any of those pieces. But I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this. And then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
You've seen the Speed Chess Championship. Now it's time for the rest of us to get a turn. With no grandmasters allowed, it's the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Watch your favorite chess personalities duke it out in Chess.com's exciting speed chess format. There will be brilliancies.
Levy stacking another pawn, bishop c3 and rook a1. No, rook a1.
There will be blunders.
No! No! He fell for it!
16 players are fighting for a chance at the 8-player knockout. See old rivalries.
This is how long.
New foes. With a $15,000 prize pool, who will take home the crown this year?
And that is the match.
The IMSCC starts right now.
And we are back here at the I Am Not GM Speed Chess Championship. It's Levy Rozman versus Greg Shahade. Right now, Greg Shahade leads by 2 points over Levy. But Danya, it's been quite a good fight between these two.
It's been an amazing fight between these two. From the perspective of entertainment, from the perspective of game quality, and from the perspective of all the interesting openings and middle games and time scrambles that we have seen thus far, Robert, Greg could not be happier with the outcome of the 5-minute portion.
+2, 4.5, 2.5 is a great start for him, especially considering he lost the first game. He trailed at a couple points in the longest time control portion. But now we're heading into the 3+1. The time control gets shorter. That's usually good news for Levy Rozman.
Completely impossible to predict what happens here. Normally that would be good news. It would be good news in light of Levy's performance in the bullet segment, which he crushed in their 2021 match. But at the risk of being a broken record, the way that Greg has handled the time scrambles, the way that he's acquitted himself when the players were under 10 seconds, I think bodes really, really well for his chances in the subsequent 2 segments. Levy needs to make some changes. He needs to settle his nerves. It feels like he's been the much more nervous and the much more jumpy player in that first segment.
I felt that ever since the first time scramble between the two. Levy did win on time in that game, but his moves were not coordinated the way his play usually is. But all that said, he's down by 2 points. Greg has been playing well. Levy has history on his side. He won a match against Greg Shahade back in 2021 when trailing by several points heading into bullet, so he knows that he is capable of mounting a comeback.
Man, Greg is always moving. He's either moving his mouth, he's always talking or eating. He's never just motionless.
Well, he's never motionless, and he's never emotionless. We've seen his emotions on full display. He's laughing.
Well done.
He's bewildered. He's wondering what he was looking at. But look at Levy. It does seem like he is working to calm himself down, just sitting there, taking a sip, just trying to focus on the upcoming games. And that adjustment, Dunner, let's talk about that a little bit. When you go from playing a bunch of 5-minute base time control games to 3-minute, how hard is it to change your speed?
Very. And you see players overcompensating all the time. As we kick off the 3-minute portion, Greg will have the white pieces in game 1. We see that overcompensation happen and players going too quickly. That can be just as damaging as doing the opposite thing and treating the 3-minute portion like it's the 5-minute portion. We saw Queen E2 there. That's a cheesy trap. Knight BD7 would have gotten mated. Let me show that really quickly. After Queen E2, there's a very famous game, Karas against Arlamovsky, where Black automatically played the move Knight B to D7. Now, Robert, Knight C5, no, Knight G5, Knight F6, Knight C3, Knight G... Nope! Knight D6, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a checkmate that everybody should have in their attacking arsenal.
Didn't that also happen in a game where I think someone rated 2000 was playing against Richard Rapport? And, that's a dream come true for a non-professional player. I get to play Richard Rapport. And I'm pretty sure the game ended just like that with that quick checkmate. So it's something you need to watch out for. It still has happened even in the 21st century. And even in the 21st century, apparently, you put your bishop in front of your king pawn. Your dark square bishop seems to suffer. But Greg is taking a page out of Levy's book, putting that queen over on h4.
I had an experience like that in my very first simul against Boris Spassky in 2004. I was rated 1500. So excited. I mean, I get to play Spassky. I'm completely starstruck. My only goal is to last longer than the opening. He plays a bishop g5 f4 knight erf, and I accidentally castled kingside. And the moment he sacrificed his bishop on h6 on like move 12, the tears like they fell on the Black King, I started crying because I knew that I wasn't going to last over 20 moves. But that photo of me resigning against Spassky in 2004, it's still on the wall behind me. People can't see it because of my camera angle, but I might bring it and show it to people one of these days.
Love that. Don't love the result for you, but love that memory, because playing against a legend of the game, that's clearly inspiring to all youngsters. And right now, bishop back to e2. This doesn't feel so inspiring to me. That bishop jumped out to d3, back to e2. Neither king is castled. Should we tell all the audience to look away from this game, because that's not how we're taught to play chess?
We are certainly not taught, and we're not taught to give up pawns like they're nothing. Bishop f6 and queen f6 is a pawn. Now, that's clearly a sacrifice by Levy. What does he want in return for the pawn? He wanted to play rook g8, and from an objective standpoint, Robert, I think Black would have had enough for the pawn. There would have been pressure on g2. There was the possibility of a skewer, so Greg wants none of it. Is Levy actually going for d2? No, he's not.
No, that would be overly ambitious, to put it kindly. But what Levy is going for, once again, is a position where he is a knight, his opponent is a bishop, but look at that bishop on f3. As you like to say, it's biting on granite. It's staring into a brick wall, a solid pawn formation from b7 to c6, from f7 to e6. So that bishop, it's not really doing well on their diagonals.
Yeah, somewhere John Bartholomew is having a field day. He's looking at this and saying, man, this has always been my dream. You get these types of positions out of the Scandi, you get them out of the Caro-Kann, and it's very important for Levy, once again, not to let greed get the better of him. Bishop takes c6 check was a very instructive idea to remember. So Levy castles, he coordinates his rooks. He's got a big time advantage. So far, Robert, this is going exactly the way that he wants it to.
And Greg just keeps moving his bishops around. The bishop went from d3 to e2 to capture on f3. That bishop went to b2 to c3, back to b2. We haven't seen a plan from Greg just yet. And still, the engine says White's doing perfectly fine. Why is that? The bishop pair, now d4, and Black is a bit restricted. It's cramped. You need to come up with some sort of active plan.
And one active plan could involve starting to shove the queenside pawns forward. You could even play b5 in this position. The c6 pawn, it can be captured, but that allows the c-file to open and for Black's queen to infiltrate c2. I think Levy's deciding whether he wants to play aggressively or sort of keep the status quo. Given his time advantage, I would slow roll this with rook d7, rook a8, and in all my blitz and bullet experience, I really dislike playing this structure from the white side because I never know like when to push c4, when to push a4, and then suddenly when you start pushing your pawns, you feel like you're getting overextended.
Well, we see a knight on b6, so we like our pawn on b3, and c4 takes further squares away from the knight, but it leaves d4 vulnerable. So I would not be playing c4, but c3 here. I know that makes my bishop look a bit silly, but it also makes most of Black's setup look a bit silly. So I think c3 is a move that you can play confidently from the white side as Black is ready to double rooks in the d-file.
And the ideal setup, I think, would involve playing c3 and then deploying your dark squared bishop to a3 to control some of these important dark squares. For that to happen, though, you would need the c-pawn protected. So rook d3 is a nice multi-purpose move. He might be preparing to double his rooks and overprotect the d4 pawn. Now you have to stay alert. Knight f4, big fork threat. You should go g3.
And Greg, when he beat Aline in their Armageddon game, he actually blundered a fork just like that. He plays queen d2 here, offering a queen trade. There's no way Black is worse in the ensuing endgame. You trade and you play c5 because the d4 pawn is pinned. He instead chooses rook to d8, and now White successfully plays c3 Danya. It may look even. I see the clock. Greg under 30 seconds. I am a bit worried for him.
For sure, but c3 was a nice move, one step on the road to recovery. It's an awkward-looking pawn structure, but the d4 pawn must be kept protected at all costs, and he's found the opportunity to get his bishop to a3. Levy drops his own bishop back to e7. We might get a knight versus bishop situation. Levy is going to keep massaging this ad infinitum, and that's what worries me. Greg is going to have to keep reacting to all of these threats, and that's going to cause his clock to keep dwindling.
Take the knight on d5 is what I would do if I were Greg, because the knight has an advantage over bishop, and I like knight c7 by Levy. The knight can jump from color complex to color complex. A bishop has inherent limitations because it only moves on its own diagonal. I do like the expansion of the king side for Greg, but I like the speed from Levy.
Very much so. Knight f6. He's kind of shuffling back and forth and poking and prodding. Speaking of poking and prodding, Greg induces a weakness with a6. If he wants to get ambitious, potentially he could send his b-pawn down the board and try to create pressure on the queen side. I don't think he's going to do that, though. He's managed to equalize the clock, though, and maybe b4 should be played prophylactically at some point in order to stop c5.
Maybe there's a difference 2 years can make, and that's that Greg is an even better player under the duress of time trouble. Right now he's playing excellent moves, and all of his moves have had purpose. Knight f5 doesn't threaten anything. He just drops his rook back to maybe avoid any forks or just play something a bit random, but I don't see what black is threatening.
And Levy is playing for a win. He declined the repetition there. Greg is clearly fine with a draw. His moves are indicating that he's treading water, and there we go, c5. Buckle your seatbelts, folks.
And c4, the knight can slink into b4, dark square domination for black.
And I would put the pawns on dark squares, b6 and a5, just so you don't have to worry about potential blunder. Great stuff by Levy. Knight c2! Fork!
A fork!
Another one!
And again! And he finds it. Knight d3. You take anyone with check.
Oh my gosh. Knight takes c1 check. Levy misses it the first time. Second time's the charm. And now he needs to just convert this easy extra exchange, but with 5 seconds, f4.
f4. And bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
And then f5 coming for white.
Oh, he would have had practical chances there to build a fortress. Still not over. 1 second.
f5 for white. And the light squares are under white's control. The black king is not completely out of the woods. But that's a good move, though.
But you're going to get a pair of rooks off the board, I think, and that's going to spell disaster for white.
Yes, getting rook e5 in was critical for black, and unless white can go for this g-pawn, which I don't even see how you successfully do.
He did. But he's going to get ladder mated.
Ah, nice job by Levy there. And king... Oh, he could have taken on b3 because c5 wasn't available as the bishop was hanging, but this, of course, does the trick.
Levy playing with an abundance of caution, just making sure that there isn't even an iota of counterplay here. And the final trick there by Greg, king d3, hitting the rook. And he's just going to stall the clock out.
So, if I were Greg, I would want more games in the longer time controls, just because we saw in their history, and Levy wins, cutting deficit to 1 point, that he does better in blitz than in bullet against Levy. So, I probably would have resigned earlier, but it is early in the match to be speaking this meta game strategy.
I agree. And what I liked about that game from Levy's perspective is that he was in control. He got the kind of position that he wanted out of the opening. It was definitely a topsy-turvy endgame, but Levy had the easier position the entire time. He went for the win instead of taking the repetition, and he spotted the fork. Not the first time, but the second time. Good tactical awareness, good play and time pressure, and it seemed like Levy was just a lot more in control of his emotions, in control of himself psychologically as the clock dwindled down closer to 0.
And Greg goes back to this opening that you quite clearly stated that you don't like, and he gives himself double e-pawns, which aren't the end of the world. Sometimes we see double pawns, we overreact, and you've often said that pawn structure is overrated in chess. The pawn e6 takes away the d5 square from the white knight. That's the good news. And the bishop from f8 can slide out to g7 at some moment and make use of a very nice long diagonal.
For sure. You just need a couple of moves to whip up chances against white's king, but right now, you've got bigger fish to fry. You need to guard the c6 pawn. He does it by dropping his knight back to d8 with tempo. That bishop is going to find a very nice home on b3. It's also protecting the king, adding that extra layer of security and taking the sting out of black's pressure against c2.
I like knight d7 to c5, but that will hang the e7 pawn. So the big idea for black, you can't even get away with it. And Levy,
you can.
D6 doesn't hang you. There's a bishop on d2.
The queen is trapped there. What the heck? Where did
not
g5? What was that?
No, that's you.
No, I played it. Oh my gosh.
You mouse slip, buddy. No, he finds it. This actually, we see the eval bar. It doesn't react, so we're like, oh, okay, that's just a move. But I just want to highlight how great Greg's tactical awareness has been in some critical moments. Queen takes e7. I said it out loud. That just drops a pawn, but bishop f6 traps the queen because the bishop on d2 is in the rook's path. Otherwise, the queen could take on d6. The queen can't take there. It can't take on e6 because the knight on d8. That queen is trapped on e7.
It's so easy to miss one of these deals because you're not used to a bishop on d2 obstructing a rook like this, and after knight b5, at a very minimum, black could just take the queen, and when the smoke clears, black is simply up a minor piece. Levy spots it, but the point of knight d7 isn't just to set a trap. As you indicated, Robert, you're also trying to seek greener pastures with your knight. You're getting it to e5, or you're getting it to c5. We see the immediate knight b5 from Levy, but is that just an impulsive one-move threat? Does he have a clear follow-up to that move? Bishop a4, That looks very flimsy because of knight c5. I think Levy might be losing the thread here a little bit.
I don't like this position at all. If he plays bishop c3, trying to trade dark square bishops, I think black shuts that down with pawn to e5 and says, I'm sorry, where do you think your knight on b5 is backtracking to? You don't have c3, you don't have d4, and it just feels like black's pieces are flowing more easily. That knight is coming to c5, as we mentioned. This is exactly what's happening. I would play e5 very quickly if I were Greg Shahade.
E5 is such a nice move. And notice, queen takes e7, still possible, but that pawn still untouchable because of that very same bishop f6 mechanism. So the situation on the queen side has changed, but the defensive mechanism that guards the e7 pawn indirectly has not. E5, excellent move. I think white will be forced to play a4 and drop the knight ignominiously back to a3. That's the only way that you're going to save the knight if you're Levy.
Well, actually, that line, e5, queen takes e7, the d6 pawn is hanging there, so maybe bishop f8 is necessary, but the point still stands. You know, your exact point still rings true, that the knight on b5 is loose, so you can't just go pawn grabbing if you are Levy. But Greg is dropping precipitously low on the clock, so he trades on c3 first. I don't think he's happy about it, and his position now is not the side for choice.
His position just doesn't have teeth, and e5 is an excellent follow-up. Levy sensing that Greg misplayed it there, forcing him into Irish pawns along the e-file. Now he can start attacking them by getting his rook to e1. And forget about the tactics, Robert. Just positionally, strategically, white's got better pieces. White's got an excellent bishop that's exerting long-term pressure on e6. The queen is hitting e7, and the rook is going to be hitting e5. So he's actually pressuring all three of black's triple pawns.
And he gives himself an isolated pawn with that move. It was given a question mark by the computer, but we understand it. He's trying to go after the e7 pawn, open the d file, open the f file, and here I think Greg has to get defensive. And you know what? Give up one of your pawns at the right moment. That's what strong players are taught. That if your position is uncomfortable and you're up a pawn, it's okay to shed that extra material to improve your remaining position. So I think knight c6 at the right moment will be a good idea from black.
A great idea. You have to get active, even if it comes at the cost of one of your pawns. I honestly think calling the e6 pawn a pawn is an insult to actual pawns. So Greg says, take all that you can get along the e-file. As long as I get a little bit more active, I'm happy. Levy says, okay, I'm going to help myself. The all-you-can-eat buffet has opened, but so has the direct line of fire against white's king. Rook d8.
Bishop d5, a good move. Rook d8, another one. Queen takes h7
Ooh.
is available. But after queen 7, as you're pointing out, e6, it sneakily wins a piece. So queen cannot take that pawn there. Levy should not be fooled. He instead moves his rook to the other open file. A great choice from Gotham Chess.
Okay, rook f1. Now Levy is ready to help himself to the kingside pawns, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. Queen d3 is a threat, and he moves his king to a2. Black is really missing like one more minor piece. These pawns on c3 and a3 are doing such a nice job of restricting black's knight. Levy is a couple more careful moves away from consolidating his decisive advantage.
And watch out for rook takes d5 at the right moment. It could give black a lot of checks against the white king. And bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6 is forced. Queen takes e7 will be Levy's follow-up. He'll give up his rook on f2 to take that rook on d8 with check.
Excellent tactical awareness if Levy can spot queen takes c7. Now rook d1 there, very tempting, but you would have gotten ladder checkmated much like in the previous game. Queen e7 check. Now Levy starting to mop up some of these pawns, but these endgames can be notoriously difficult to win because there's always perpetual check in the air. And if black can create his own passed pawn, then the position gets a little bit more double-sided.
And these positions, it's not just about pawn quantity, but quality. If, for example, the h2 pawn drops and black can quickly play g5, like right now actually, how are you going to protect both e4 and h2?
You might have to go queen g3. Instead, Greg going after perpetual check with queen c4. Can Levy find a queen trade here? That would end the game immediately.
A queen trade will be winning. There are no more checks, so he pushes pawn to h4, and now e5 for white. I don't see how black is going to defend this.
Queen f5, only move. I thought queen d6 was a good try there, but Levy adds an extra layer of security to his king. There's queen d6. Can he play maybe a4?
Here, but he's going after c4, and then a4 is coming. You're
1
right.
second!
2 seconds. He's barely getting his moves off his Levy.
And he can't pre-move either because he doesn't know where black's king is going to go. He's trying to gain a little bit of time with his checks.
And he goes back to a4. There is no drawing mechanism.
Queen b4. Excellent spot for white's queen, but c5. And he drops the pawn with check. Queen d5 would have traded queens.
Queen d6. He forced the queens off, and that's that.
Oh, what a dirty little move by Greg. You got to try everything in your bag.
And from Levy, so smart not to pre-move there. He wins. He ties the matchup 4.5 to 4.5, but he didn't pre-move because had he pre-moved, that G5 push by Greg would have actually stolen the game in his favor, and we're back to the Caro-Kann and to an even score.
I love that spirit by Greg. Listen, I do that myself in casual 30-second games. But Levy wasn't born yesterday. This is one of those lessons that you learn the hard way. The first time you miss it, you learn not to pre-move when there's an increment and not to pre-move when your opponent has one of those dirty pawn pushes. When ignored, that could produce a queen, and that could produce a lot of tears.
I had a very Danya thought, and I can't believe I'm going to say it out loud, but Pre-Move Levy sounds like a pretty famous author. So, now that's going to be in my head for the future. So, we see
Primo Levy.
Yeah, exactly. So Rook G8 played, attacking this pawn on G2. You have double pawns, but inherent to having double pawns means you have an open file. So the Rook attacks the pawn, and watch out for sacrifices on that G3 square. I don't think White is castling kingside in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I thought you said sacrifices. That would be a pretty nice term. I don't think we're going to see any sacrifices just yet. We're going to see a bishop trade on d6, and I really, really like this pawn structure for black. This Marozzi bind Aish pawns on d5 and f5, what did they do? Well, not only do they clamp down on the center, and they prevent moves like g4, but they're also creating a major stronghold on e4, and I think Levy is going to jump to e4 right about now.
And I think for Greg, you should not trade knights. You should instead drop your knight back to d3 because that helps you keep control of the center. Trading knights, I think that black is happy to take back even with the b pawn, to play c5 and a5 and expand over there on the queen side. So it looks like black has complete control with the knight on e4. And whoa! Is this a pawn sacrifice, or can you not grab it because f3 at the end?
That was anything but a regular move. Using some tactics to protect the e4 knight. Now, I would take on e5, Robert, just to eliminate the outpost and slink back to c7. You are under no obligation to take the pawn on e5. Great awareness by Levy. And rook c8. The f2 pawn is hanging. Greg has to be careful to keep his position intact here.
And there's nothing regular about it. I mean, this is a weird position, so I would play rook d4. I would block that. He plays it. I would block the queen's path. And Danya, you have to be careful because at some moment when you're not looking out for it, that h7 pawn will be loose. So if white plays a move like rook f1, there could be a queen h5 coming your way, and even g4 pawn pushes, like giving up your g pawn to open up the h file for the rook.
Rook takes e4, by the way, is a very big threat, and what a devilish threat. That knight on e4 earlier was more comfortable than a well-fitting pair of Levi's, or shall I say Levy's. But now that knight on e4 is starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. You got to get that. He missed it.
And did you see Greg's face? He's like, I cannot believe it, but I will gladly take it.
Oh my goodness. That queen on b6, Robert. LPDO. Levy pieces drop off.
And you see Levy look at the camera. He just shakes his head. He is disgusted by allowing that tactic. And even though he's the one who just tied up the score, he probably feels like he's in bad momentum because he just had an egregious blunder. He just didn't see it coming.
That was disturbing. It's not like blundering something on a side of the board where nothing's happening. Greg played queen e3 to set up this tactic, right? If you're Levy, you have to see the standoff between the queens. You have to ask yourself, what does my opponent want? Why did he put the queen on e3? Big, uncharacteristic blunder by Levy, and he's going to go down by 1 point once again.
And we are nearing the halfway point of the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. So maybe Levy would get a much needed break unless this game ends quickly. Then I think we will have another one before the players get that halftime. So Greg, now that he's up a knight for just a pawn, make that a knight for no pawns. He is just trying to be a bit careful, but queen d7 followed by rook to b7. I feel like the 7th rank is just falling apart.
Yeah, it is. The queen on a2, its power is totally circumscribed by the knight, which is controlling the a1 square. The knight can be a very powerful defensive piece when it surrounds your king. It can completely restrict even the strongest enemy forces. You don't even have to rush. Queen c6, queen a4 would be the sort of Russian schoolboy method. He gets his king onto the safest square on the board.
He wants rook a1 to trap the queen.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Well, you came up with an idea to trade queens. He said, why trade when I can win it? And d4 looks to be the only move for black. And white shuts down the diagonal with c4. Rook a1 to follow. That should be game over.
I think Levy is just going to throw that pawn down to d3. If you want, you can play knight takes d4. What you don't want to do is spend the rest of your time trying to stubbornly find a way to trap the queen. But kudos to Greg. And look at that rook on g6. Just completely out of the game. Shut down by his own pawn on e6.
Wow. And what a needed game for Greg Shahade after losing 2 in a row. Levy still upset about that knight blunder. And here we see Greg. He is just trading off that black queen for the 2 rooks. He is up a queen and knight for 2 rooks. And Levy just doesn't want any more. He resigns and he is still shaking his head.
As the commentators say, resigns without awaiting the opponent's next move, or resigned on his own turn. That just means you're so disgusted with your position, you don't want a single second of this game to continue. And I feel like we've seen this opening before, but I don't want to jump the gun here. This looks vaguely familiar to me.
What about this earlier h6 now? So Greg at least is getting different types of positions, even if you've preferred them from Levy's side. And I have to say that getting this black game in before the break should be good news for Greg. I may eat my words and Levy may play a masterpiece, but considering that Levy is frustrated with that piece blunder, I wanted that extra game before Levy gets a timeout.
Yeah, Greg is sticking with this opening. I think it's a pretty admirable choice because regardless of the objective evaluation, he's actually scored pretty well in this line. And like we talked about in the 5-minute portion, as we see a kind of strange reaction by Greg to the move queen g5, it gets more frustrating and frustrating when you keep getting good positions and then can't convert them. That has been Greg's strategy, and I'm all for it.
And I'm all for f5. We saw it work in his favor in a previous game. He's trading queens first. But f5, you undouble your pawns. You open up that dark square bishop. Knight d5, knight b5. I see what you're doing. You're going for a cheeky little fork on c7. I will either play king to d8 or rook to b8. I'm going to avoid your little fork. This is all happening. I'm starting to like this position more and more for black the longer it sits in front of us.
I agree. I mean, we've seen Greg push f5 before, and this is the great thing about this Sicilian pawn structure. It's very weak to begin with, right? It's very visually unappealing, but it's easy to I was going to say regenerate. Unfortunately, it's regenerate, not regenerate. As I was going to say, Greg-generate the pawn structure. It's like an octopus that grows new tentacles. Now Black's pawn structure actually looks really, really nice once you've managed to undouble your pawns.
And here's a big question, though. Do you take this bishop on d3? I love the move bishop d7. I was asking it knowing what my answer was going to be, because when you have the 2 bishops advantage, the key to that sentence is the 2 bishops. Because without a bishop, you might not be able to control that color complex. Keeping both of them on the board means that square like f5 is better under Black's control.
Well said. Bishop on d7, very important defensive piece. I like Levy's last move, c3, making sure that this bishop on g7, that its influence over the game is minimized. Also, h5, beautiful square for White's knight.
No, I like the way Levy's handling this. I mean, the opening isn't as strategic, or I should say aggressive, as Levy wanted. Now it is strategic. That's what I was getting at. And Greg has shown a tendency to liquidate into endgames. He prefers it. What in the world?
Ooh.
Oh, no, you know what he did? He clicked
Mouse
his
slip.
king. No, he clicked his king and clicked his rook and wanted to put something on g8, but it wasn't his king. He wanted to play rook g8, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes you click one piece and you click another piece, and those 2 pieces happen to be the king and rook, and there is a legal move that involves the king and rook. It's happened to all of us. Now, how would you assess the damage? Is this a disaster? Well, it is a disaster if you allow rook g4 checkmate, but you could move the rook over to d8, and I actually think, amazingly, that Black is not doing as badly as Greg might think.
And well, he played f5 because he believes that Black was doing badly. That move earned a question mark, and the reason why is look at the problem down the d file. You were right to suggest rook f to d8, king to f8, scurry back towards the center. Now, this bishop will go away from the d3 square. The d6 pawn will be in trouble, the bishop on d7 behind it, and also g4. If you want to play on the king side, you can play in both directions.
Yeah, the problem's on the king side, it's in the center. And another issue is that even if you don't lose the d6 pawn, if you are forced from Black's perspective, to play the move d5, you create a massive hole on the e5 square, and White's knights are perfectly poised to exploit that. You could play bishop e5, d5, drop the knight back to d3, and then occupy the outpost with one of the knights. So Black is tactically worse. He's also positionally much worse.
It reminds me of the first game of the match, where Levy showcased some great preparation. Then he was able to plant a knight on e5 in a pawn structure not too dissimilar from this one. And here we see c4. The bishop on d7 is loose. Black can't take on c4. You lose your bishop. a6 can be played, but then you have to think about the tactics after c takes d5. And then it looks like White's position is better and Black's structure is falling apart.
And Greg tries to keep the center closed, even at the cost of a pawn. Now a big question for Levy. Does he take on c6? It can be a little bit scary to allow Black to open up the b file, especially because that bishop on g7 will ultimately have its moment in the sun. And I think Greg's survival chances depend partially on his ability to activate this bishop. If he can keep that bishop alive and he can keep it operating on the long diagonal, he's always going to have practical chances against White's king. g4 by Levy feels like he's going on the wrong side.
Well, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's playing everywhere. And look at this e5. Black strikes in the center. And if you take on f5, the bishop takes with check. And suddenly, it's the white king that is in danger. The rook on h4 is not as menacing as you'd like. And whoa, he decides to take there, but knight b4 next.
e4.
Yeah, e4 looks great.
This just feels awful for White all of a sudden. How did this turn around in the span of like 2 moves? And Robert, you can't play bishop c6 and knight takes d4 either.
Because rook d8 at the end, you pin and win the knight in the center. And that rook on h4, it doesn't actually threaten anything because the bishop on f5 dominates it.
24 g4 was a terrible move by Levy. He's playing as though there are queens still on the board, and he might not have a king on the board pretty soon. Black might have a queen on the board.
I am with you. Knight b4, e2, knight c2 check, and thank you for the new queen. That looks almost forced, and I think Levy will have to trade pawns, play knight f3, and hope that his knight on f3 can stop that pawn from promoting.
Absolutely. Have to play knight f3, and Black has to mount an all-out assault in the center. I would play rook b to d8, try to reclaim the d file, and this is exquisite technique by Greg. He knows that he can't pass this opportunity up.
And here comes e2 right now. If he plays e2, he wins the game because knight c2 is a fork. If he swap rooks on d8, the rook lands on d1 afterwards. And he's just going in this move order. It should still be more than enough.
Lovely play by Greg. Levy has to keep the rook on the first rank. And bishop g4 striking at the other side, threatening to eliminate the knight on f3 and paving the way for the promotion of the pawn.
And now you to take this pawn. Oh, he allows a queen. So he's down a full rook. So this game is officially in the books, and it looked like Levy would tie the score once more. It's Greg Shahade once again leading by 2.
Despite the mouse slip, despite castling right into the eye of the storm, I think Levy's expression says it all. That's such a frustrating way to lose, and Greg, he regenerates that 2-point lead.
And Levy, you see him biting his shirt. It's frustrating for him. That extra game that was included before the break, it definitely hurt Levy there. We were talking about how it was good for Greg as Levy remained frustrated. He blundered that knight 2 games ago. And I'm actually being told there is no break. I was wrong. Okay. So I'm talking about a midway break. Sorry about that. We're going to continue. The chess doesn't stop. That's bad news for Levy.
Absolutely. 20 more minutes left in regulation time. Then, of course, we have that all-out bullet segment where Levy came back in their 2021 match. But this feels different. It feels like Greg is handling things so much better in time pressure situations than he did a couple of years ago. He's shaking his head, though. I'm not even going to try to puzzle out what he's thinking. He's up by 2 in this match. He's playing excellent chess, and he's repeating that weird Caro-Kann line that they had in the first game of the segment.
It's weird for many reasons. The bishop on e6, and speaking of weird, Greg is trying to trade off queens every single game, it feels like. With the black pieces, he's trying to trade queens. Now with the white pieces, he's trying to swap them, so he might be pressing in the endgame, thinking he's got the better chances.
I don't know. It feels like Black is just so solid here. I would put the bishop f5, e6, and Levy's already displayed excellent understanding of this type of pawn structure in their first 3-minute game. So I'm a little bit puzzled that Greg chose to repeat this line.
Okay, Levy, he's in a stable position. No weaknesses that I can see. If I'm Greg, I'm playing knight h4 now. Give me the bishop pair. He does just that. He is saying that I will call that a plus, even if the engine says it's perfectly level. And we see the position with the bishop dropping back to g6. So you could take it on g6, but there's no reason to rush. So f3 is the move from Greg, saying if you want to go bishop h5, I'll push my pawn up to attack your bishop and force it back to the square it came from. So I think that this position is perfectly reasonable for black. Levy shouldn't be too concerned about the position, but I think he's considering the past more than anything. And sometimes when we're playing game after game without a break, we start dwelling. We start thinking what could have been instead of focusing on the here and now.
We've seen so many matches in the SCC across the years decided when players just can't push those painful memories of the previous few games out of their mind. Now, what do we make of this endgame? White's got the bishop pair, but because of how solid black's pawn structure is, and because of how hard it is to find a good spot for the light squared bishop, I think the effect of this bishop pair is minimized. I would almost play bishop takes f6, hunker down, and try to make a draw here. I don't like white's position.
But bishop takes f6 is one of those hard moves to play because you see all these dark square weaknesses, and he does take on d6, saying, I'll have my bishop against your knight. I'm with you regardless. Black is better here. White doesn't have open lines for the rook. If you bring a rook to e1, good. You're staring into an e6 pawn that's well defended. But the rook on h8 and the rook on d6 are much more powerful.
And you could push your pawn up to a5. Okay, congratulations. You don't have a queen on the board, so black can just stop the progress of that pawn with a6 and even laterally attack that pawn with rook h5. Levy chooses to focus on the d-file. I think a good move here would be g5, clamping down on some of these dark squares. Very, very unpleasant stuff for Greg here.
One thing that I would be looking at the right moment is h4 and g4, h5 maneuver for white. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to develop my rook, but instead of in the center, over on the flank. He goes rook e1. That's a completely sensible move. He can play rook e2. He's just playing this completely solidly. And Levy doesn't seem super ambitious right now. I think he just wants to hold.
But I'm not liking the way that he's doing that. White could now play h4, your move, Robert, and an additional benefit would have been that the light squared bishop would have finally had a home on h3. Instead, Greg kind of curling up into a ball. I would still play the move h4 just so you don't have the headache of having to constantly worry about that h-pawn being in the line of fire of black's rook.
And maybe now's the time, and it is, for a5, h4 in the near future. And once you play f4, after pawn takes f4, not only is the e file open, the g file will open up, and that g6 pawn sticks out. I do not like black's position anymore.
And Levy, he had many opportunities, even on the previous move. He could have pushed his g-pawn up to g5 and established that long-term target on h4. It feels like he's floundering a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's still upset about the previous games. The look on his face, it's not about this position, although I don't think that black should be particularly happy. I don't think he should be sad. And you see Greg move about with his bishop. He's up 15 plus seconds right now. I don't see a plan for black.
Black needs to find a home for this knight. There is a convoluted and long-term plan getting this knight over to b8. I think Levy should take the repetition here. I think there's no need for black to get over-ambitious. Plenty of time left in the match, and a good, solid, wise decision by Levy just to stabilize the match, pull out that half point, and give yourself some more recovery time and a chance with the white pieces.
You stop the bleeding, and that's what all strong players are taught to do. That in the position of that nature, they didn't know who was slightly better, who was slightly worse, but they realized that trying to make progress would have required some risk. Speaking of risk, what is this opening that we're seeing? Levy now has the white pieces. He's choosing a Trumpovsky. It looks like black is underdeveloped.
I don't remember who it was. It might have been Hikaru, but in one of the SCC interviews, one of the players mentioned that there's a particular satisfaction that you derive from forcing your opponent to change his opening choice. Like, you keep playing the same line, and the first player to flinch, his opponent earns a kind of psychological victory, and the first player to flinch was Levy. Levy refrains from that knight c3 variation. Now, it's not necessarily because he didn't like the positions. Maybe he just wants to get something fresh, but still, it's got to feel pretty validating for Greg for his opening choices to ultimately reward him.
Of course, and you see this type of position that he has now, it's one where it's not just white having all the fun. I think that in those previous games, Greg was able to keep it competitive, but it was white who was controlling the shots. Here, we see that black can call some shots of his own. b5 is on the agenda. That black knight on d7 will hop out to e5. Perhaps now the bishop on c8 stares into a more open diagonal, and f4 will not be possible for white because the g4 square will become black's for the taking. So I do like how this position has started for black.
Yeah, conceptually, I like black's position. Greg is also a very dynamic player, and these types of Benoni positions are really, really good in blitz because you track them with a computer, and the computer always gives white an advantage just because he has more space. And, well, the computer is very prejudiced against the King's Indian in the Benoni. I am not happy about that. I will be writing the Stockfish team momentarily. But look at this with your own eyes. From a practical perspective, black's got so much play on all sides of the board. Queen side, you've got the B file. Center, you can play E6 on demand. King side, you can stick a knight on G4. Feels like white's position is much harder to handle, practically speaking, with 2 minutes on the clock.
There is one idea that I tend to like in these positions for white, but usually the pawn's not on h4, and meaning your king side won't be totally safe. But what I was going to say is rook a2, pawn b3, just trying to use the a file to your advantage and shut down black's counterplay. The problem is as soon as you play b3, black plays c4 and pries open the queen side. And that diagonal, by the way, the bishop on g7, that's waiting. It's lurking in the shadows, hoping it opens up to give him some huge play.
Absolutely, and bishop d7 is a nice, prudent developing move by Greg, inducing b3. I think you called it, Robert. I think this is a golden opportunity for black to play c4, and you don't want to procrastinate because white threatens to bring the knight back to b2. Tempo for tempo, things are working out for Greg here.
Did you see Greg when he made the move c4? He just said, let's go for it. He kind of waved his hand. He wasn't even calculating fully. It was his intuition. His intuition is fantastic. Look at this position. Black is clearly the side for choice.
I feel like Magnus does that kind of hand wave, and when he does it, you know you're screwed. Like he's like, okay, I'm just gonna play it, and then he plays it, and you know you're lost.
And that is often what happens. And you see in this position, Greg, he's looking. He's like, do I push that c pawn again? Can I get away with c3? Should I do something else? That knight on g5 is white's best piece. It looks aggressive, but it's really a defensive piece protecting what otherwise would be a loose e4 pawn.
God, c3 is such a Benoni move, putting the pawn on pre. 2 different minor pieces can capture it. There's some crazy lines with bishop c3, bishop a4, bishop b5, bishop c2, bishop f6, bishop d1. I feel like at the end of it, black wins a queen and white doesn't.
It takes. Yes,
takes
black is happy.
Logical. Yeah, I mean, c3 is a pretty good move, Robert, but I think black's counterpoint queen side probably outweighs white's extra pawn, but it could go either way, chat.
I'm not thinking this is going either way. I'm thinking it's all black in this position. Unless Levy has a way to successfully defend his pawns, which I don't easily see. It seems like black is having all the fun here, and I'm looking at the clock. It seems easier to be aggressive than knight c4, for example. You have to take on c4. Rook takes back. You can't move the knight without losing c2 or e4. This looks terrible for white.
And let's not forget about the g4 square. That is a base of operations for some of black's minor pieces. He's kept that move in his pocket for a rainy day. I think that rainy day has arrived. The skies are gray around white's king. And I think the knight is jumping into g4, opening up the bishop on g7. You called it, Robert. It was only a matter of time before that bishop would have its moment in the sun. I think it stopped raining.
This looks like a Benko where white's not even going to be up a pawn. Like, all of the queen side play is just crushing. Queen c5 is on the agenda. The c3 knight is currently hanging. Behind it, the c2 pawn is losing. Ooh. Queen f3 threatens. Queen takes f7. So don't get greedy, Greg Shahade. Do not take that knight on c3.
Levy is a very resilient player. He's not just going to curl up into a ball and let Greg run circles over him on the queen side. Levy is going to try to use his only asset, which is this knight on g5. And I think he can use tactics to make this interesting. Knight to b5, and he spotted it. And that knight could even circle around to a7 and c6.
Great call by you. Great find.
Oh my gosh.
What's going to happen if knight a7, rook a8?
I think knight c6, and then knight takes c7, and queen takes f7 was a perpetual.
Okay, that is a ridiculous find. And Greg, when queen b6, he gets an X. Usually that marks the spot, but here it marks a mistake. And knight a7 found with knight c6 to follow. As you mentioned, the f7 pawn is too tender.
Boy, how the landscape of the position has changed. Greg should have thrown in the move knight e5 in order to secure the c6 square. The bishop is now overloaded. You can't play bishop takes c6, obviously, because of queen takes f7. Greg tries to get that knight off the board. Levy could even swing his queen to b3. Instead, he goes for the trade, but still the position a lot more double-edged than it was just a couple of moves ago.
And here come the trades. Liquidation helps White, because the queen side feels safer, but also helps black, because what are you going to checkmate me? Just your knight and your queen. I don't think that's going to work. So bishop f4 play. Greg thinking here, you can see he senses that he might have some opportunities, and is black with more activity, but white is defended everywhere.
And the knight is the trickier piece in time scrambles. e5.
Is Levy playing for a win here?
Yes.
You answered that just so matter-of-factly.
Very deadpan. I think he is. I think he senses Greg kind of losing the thread for the last couple of moves, but doing a great job of offering the queen trade, establishing his queen on d6, and it's still anybody's game.
You have to watch out not to blunder if you're Greg. Bishop c4, don't take on d5, because knight f6 check will fork the king and the bishop.
I would go rook d1 and rook d4. Try to keep your pawn on d5 alive. If you can win d6, then it's a game. Rook c4, I think, might be the prudent drawing move.
Rook c4 is a great choice, forcing the rooks off the board, and then if you take on d6, then black will take on d5. He finds it.
Great stuff by Greg. And yet again, I've made this point many times. He's done an excellent job in time scrambles, and he did a great job there of avoiding bishop takes d5. How many times have we seen players blunder like that?
It was the one trick available.
You still have to be careful, by the way.
I think White's going to win this game. Because at some point, White might have... What happened? Why didn't you go king f6?
King f6 was winning. You would have just sat on black's position and won all the pawns back.
Why did you allow the king out? I think that even if it's not objectively winning, from a practical standpoint, it's hard to play this as black. And as long as he doesn't blunder a fork, he has everything under control. But here comes g4 at the right moment for White.
And the thing is, there are some pawn endgames, like 3-on-3 pawn endgames, that are actually winning for the side with a more active king. So Levy's going to keep trying here. Greg needs to get some more pawns off the board, and I think he's found the ideal defensive construction.
G5 check. Play g5 and trade off all the pawns.
Absolutely. Even bishop takes g4 was working, but g5 is an instant draw.
And now g5 for White. It's, of course, still a draw, but... this only gives White some chances.
We've seen situations where a player gets nervous, blunders the bishop. Bishop c4 there would have kept the knight stalemated. But Greg's shown a great ability to survive more complicated positions than this.
I'm just looking at the time. Levy's clock is increasing. Greg, his clock is down to about 6 seconds. But the problem is, for Levy's winning chances, is the only way you blunder is if you just hang a fork, but the bishop and king have been quite separated.
Bishop b1, bishop f5 is a great set of essentially pre-moves. But you called it, Robert. Levy actually had a chance there to put his king on f6, and the position would have been objectively winning. So frustrating. On the other hand, it was a great save. It was a great job by Levy to even get to this situation in the first place. And it's still a 2-point lead for Greg.
And Greg offers a draw. Levy accepts. Greg shakes out his hands, and the next game begins. And for Levy, maybe he should have tried a cheapo. Remember that earlier game where you praised Greg for playing g5, hoping to catch Levy in a pre-move? I feel like Levy should have tried to catch Greg in one there. But no matter what, it's still a 2-point lead for Greg Shahade. We're back to this opening. Who do you think should deviate from this line?
Well, okay, the first Caro-Kann game they had was a textbook positional win for Greg. Levy made a very useful modification. This bishop f5 idea gives black a much easier position to play with his control over the e4 square. I think that both players are probably decently satisfied by this structure, but this is a huge momentum game, Robert. It's likely going to be the last game of the 3-minute portion. If Greg can win it and open up his largest lead of the match, I think he's going to be very well poised to take this match in the bullet.
g4. This is a big moment for Greg, because if black takes, you undouble your pawns, but you open up the h file, and the rook on h1 is very happy to see that pawn on h7 down the line. And I think at some point you're going to play g4 if you're White. And I have to ask you, Danya, is Levy playing the match score right now or the position?
Yeah, he might be playing, the way b5 and b4, I think, answers your question. Levy going for the win at all costs, but he's also burned his bridges in the sense that his king is now permanently stuck in the center. Literally, you've moved both of your rooks, so you can't castle. If Greg can find a way to open up even a single avenue to black's king, there will be major storm clouds gathered around black's king. And Robert, maybe I'm missing the point here, but Levy's attack just doesn't seem scary. I feel like he doesn't have enough firepower. He doesn't have enough piece coordination to cause serious problems against White's king.
And White is staring in both directions. Not only is White prepared for Levy was hoping to be a kingside onslaught. That queen could go to h6 at any moment to hit that lonely h7 pawn, just get into black's position. And so knight e7, queen h6 now makes a lot of sense if you're getting greedy, but instead goes c4. I like that too, a dynamite move.
Yeah, strategically you're giving up the d5 square, but this position isn't about squares. It's about one thing and one thing only, which is black's king. Greg tries to open the c-file, but Levy responds by gathering his pawns as close as possible to white's king.
Okay, so now there are threats. Is it going to be a3? Is it going to be b3? Not always easy for the player with the white piece to figure out which pawn is going to storm down towards your king. And look at Greg go, just rook to d1. So I know c4 earned a question mark. The evaluation's still in white's favor. Maybe there was something more adventurous that would have been better for black, but I think that now queen h6 check. Now you have to do it. With knight f4, knight h5 to follow.
Exactly. Even though the check can be blocked with rook g7, and maybe that's part of Levy's overall strategy to get the king to g8, that offers no relief. Au contraire, if white's knight gets to h5, that knight can jump into f6 with check. So that king is going from the frying pan into the fire.
And Greg starts with knight f4. He thinks that preventing king g7 or rook g7 is the smart way to start. And I don't see an easy plan for black because Daniel, one of the big questions, if you push a3 and white plays b3, sort of fixing the structure on the queen side, most of those endgames will be losing for black. And that's why Levy is playing this more actively. Watch out for knight b3 check at the right moment. And that could deliver checkmate down the a file.
Great tactical awareness by you, Robert. You could even meet c takes d5 with queen to a6. Now, white has ways of dealing with this threat, but in some situations, even if white's king slinks away to b1, knight b3 could still be possible. You could run into a situation where queen a2 is unstoppable, even though it's not a check, and he's actually helping the queen get to a6. Bad move by Greg here. I think he's underestimating the danger that awaits him on the queen side.
I think he has to play queen d3 here. There's no knight b3 check with the queens staring at one another. He finds that. And you know what his claim is? That the pawn structure is better for white. So some of these endgames will still be a plus for him. The engine doesn't seem to think so. But Greg, we can get where he's coming from.
Absolutely. This pawn on c5, big asset. At the same time, black has the c6 square under control. Levy keeps the queens on the board. But this offers white more chances on the king side. Remember our old friend g4? That could strike at a very inconvenient time for black. If Levy doesn't find a way to whip up more tactical chances near white's king, Greg is eventually going to get the engine started on the other side of the board. I think now's the perfect time to strike with g4.
I'm completely with you there, partner, and I'm sure there's a Russian expression for it that you'll teach me. But when black plays a3, white plays b3. When black plays b3, white plays a3. What's that called?
Redutные пешки. Row pawns. Like it's untranslatable, but there is literally an expression for this exact situation where a3 is met with b3, b3 is met with a3. And was that another mouse slip?
No, but a3, b3, knight b2 wins an exchange. But Danya, do you remember that earlier game where Greg lost an exchange, but we still preferred his position because it's closed? The rooks don't have open files.
No, it's exactly like that position. So was this a blunder? Was this deliberately planned? It doesn't matter. It's a moot point because the knights are absolutely stronger than the rook here. And this queen h6 and knight f4, knight h5 idea, I almost called you Greg. But the actual Greg, I think, is finally going to dive into the appropriate square. But again, he plays knight f4 first.
But knight h5, this looks very dangerous for the black king. And that knight on e2 can slink back to c1, up to d3. That b4 pawn is tender. So the rook on b8 is a bit tied down as well.
Yeah, if you want a perfect textbook example of a minor piece being better than the rook, look no further than this game. Great practical try by Levy, though, opening up the center and trying to develop more prospects for his rook. And there goes Greg with queen takes d5.
Yeah, queen e2 is checkmate. Queen d6 and knight f6 mate. So you cannot go piece grabbing here. And that means that Levy's position is falling apart at the seams.
10 seconds for Levy as he gets his rook involved. He's going to have to play perfectly here in order to maintain the balance. 7 seconds for Levy. What do you do?
I don't have a move. Rook
what
G6.
a move!
It's the best move from the engine.
What a move. Sacking the exchange back in order to fix his pawn structure and douse the flames of white's initiative. This is incredible.
That is a phenomenal move. He also gives his king some more space, the g8 square in particular. And he goes g5 all out. Knight d3 now for white, though. You can start trading because white's up a pawn.
It still feels like with 2 seconds on the clock, queen d6 check is a favorable trade for white. Levy's still trying to hold.
No, this is losing. Because not only
C7.
is white up a pawn, but if let's say black could stop the pawn, which now you can't even do that, there would have been h4 and white would have created another pass pawn.
And worst comes to worst, those pawns on a3 and b4, you called it a long time ago, those pawns become a big liability in the endgame. And Greg Shahade, on the strength of some amazing positional play, he takes the game and opens up his largest lead of the match, Robert, going into the bullet segment.
It's what Greg has been relying on, is some of these endgames. Look at this. This has shades of 2021. 2-point advantage in the longest time control to Greg Shahade. 1 point added on to Greg Shahade. 8.5, 5.5. But Danya, we know what happened 2 years back. It was a bullet storm from Levy Rozman. And so going into the quickest time control, Danya, I'm going to pass the mic to you, buddy. What do you think? What are Levy's odds at?
I think they're pretty high. Levy, I think, comparatively speaking, bullet is his strongest time control, and historically, it's been Greg's weakest. But this feels like a different Greg Shahade in 2023. It's a faster Greg Shahade, a more confident one, and he has met Levy blow for blow, more so. He has been the superior player in time scrambles, so Levy is going to have to push nerves aside, take some inspiration from 2021, Robert, and Greg will have to do the opposite.
Yeah, Greg, I mean, he's been playing great chess. He's been playing well, even in time trouble. So I need to make use of that. Chat, get involved. Let us know. Do you think it'll be Levy or do you think it'll be Greg moving on? And also, chat, please get involved. Become a part of our community. Join the official Chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use the command community in chat to get in on the action. Danya, I mean, people should join the community. That way they're updated with all of these events and more. But we are going to say bye to the community, but just for a minute, because we get a break and then return for the bullet portion of this IMSCC match. You will not want to miss any of the action returning in just a few.
4 years, ChessKit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the ChessKit National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the festival.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Here's a man who needs to learn from his own book, How to Win at Chess by Levy Rozman. He's going to need to figure that out ASAP. Danya, he currently trails 8.5, 5.5.
And it's been a great all-around match for Greg Shahade. He's demonstrated so many good skills, from opening preparation to the ability to survive and thrive under the duress of time pressure, to positional victories, to great tactical foresight. Greg Shahade holds a 3-point lead, and he deserves every one of those 8.5 points that he has garnered. But the match is anything but over. If you think it is, Robert, then that means you haven't seen a single SCC match.
And it means you have not learned from history. 8.5, 5.5 was the score back in 2021. Do the math. 4 plus 4.5, 8.5. 3 plus 2.5, 5.5. The same exact score 2 years ago. And Levy won 8-2 in Bullet to win by the score of 13.5, 10.5. So Danya, we know Levy's capable of it. He's done it before. Do you think it's going to happen again?
I think it very well might. Now, 25 minutes is a very long time in the context of Bullet, but it's simultaneously a long time and not a long time. If you're Levy, you cannot afford to drop the first couple of games in the Bullet. We know from previous observations of how comebacks tend to work in Bullet that it always starts by getting off to a good start. You win that first game, you get your feet under you, and before you know it, a 3-point lead can be erased instantly. So the first 1 or 2 games, Robert, I think they are going to be the biggest X factor toward determining whether Levy has a comeback chance.
You are a Bullet Brawl champion, so I'll take your word for it. The one thing that I personally have noted throughout this match is that I thought Greg would struggle more in the time scrambles, but no, Greg has actually been quite strong. He's been winning some of those scrambles, so that doesn't bode as well for Levy's chances as you would have predicted before the match began. But speaking of before the match predictions, 92% of you said Levy Rozman would win. What are you saying now? Get involved, chat. Let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to win? Will it be Greg Shahade, up 3 points? Or will it be Levy Rozman, who back in 2021 was down 3 to Greg and stormed back to victory?
The energy in the chat has been amazing, so thank you to everybody. The energy in this match has been amazing, and we are going to get rewarded with 25 minutes of high-octane, super entertaining Bullet action. 90% still think that Levy Rozman is going to take this match. We are off. And very important, Robert, in the early going for the players not to over-adjust. 1+1 is a pretty generous time control. It's not the same as 1+0. You know what is the same? The opening choice, played by both players.
No adjustments, at least not many yet, but the bishop went back to d2 and queen h5. So Greg is relying on his endgame skill. If he wins the match, we'll have to ask him about it, but this has been something he's done time and time again.
But knight g5, we've seen this move played time and time again by Levy. He ultimately ends up taking the bishop on e6, damaging black's pawn structure and procuring the bishop pair. Much easier position to play for white, but we've seen this structure time and time again, and Greg has found ways to thrive in it.
And he's allowing e5. We've seen this exact position. Maybe he should start with knight d7 before playing bishop g7. That would stop white from having this up his sleeve. But Levy goes for it. Rook he1 next. And Greg is going to rely on his remaining pieces because his triple isolated pawns, if he had decided to take on e5, would have been miserable.
But I think he's just going to get massacred in the center. Bishop f4. Greg might have been playing a little bit too fast here. Bishop f4 seemed like a much more effective way to hit d6. Now he's allowed d5. And we've seen this type of situation before where Greg's knights, as passive as they look, actually control a lot of important squares in his territory. He's also up 30 seconds on the clock.
And it's essential. That knight on d8 is doing some hero's work because the knight went back to c3. If it went up to g5, it threatened nothing, as your arrows indicated. So now he takes that bishop off of b3. And I'm sorry, whose pawn structure is worse?
Black could have got tripled pawns. Now Black has the healthier pawn structure. Levy, though, has the better central control. He can stick a bishop on e5, ultimately try to get the knight around to d4 and put pressure on this e6 pawn. I would start by doubling the rooks. And rook e8, Robert, this is a major nuisance for Black, is always going to be met with tactics along the e-file.
Well, that's a tale as old as time. And speaking of time, Levy is the one down 20 seconds. Here comes knight d4, though.
Greg fell asleep on that move. He could have played e5. He did all of that work to put his e-pawn, and now he didn't.
But he's playing too quickly. That's Greg's problem, is he's up plenty of time. He's rushing his decisions, and he still has a chance. It is an extra pawn for white, this f-pawn, but black kind of has an extra pawn too in the center. White has these double pawns, but the engine saying that this should be a win for white. I think Greg pushed that pawn too soon.
D4 was another bad move. Greg playing very sloppy here. He's over 30 seconds on the clock. You have to know when to pause in a 1+1 game. You can't keep up the same pace. Yeah, it's good to play fast, but 18 seconds with a 1 second increment, Robert, is an ocean of time for someone as experienced as Levy. Oh!
And look at Levy go. He's trapping the rook as b5, but now you can just pick up d4. Rook takes d4, and there's no moves for black.
F5 and rook d5 is going to force the rook. You could even play rook d5 immediately if you want to be fancy, and he does.
Amazing find there by you and by Levy. And Greg, do not resign. This is now where the meta strategy comes into play. You play these out and just waste time off the match clock.
And you can waste a great deal of time. Now, the SCC regular format calls for 30 minutes of bullet, 25 minutes. You can milk down another minute and a half off the clock, so you're already going to have to play the clock from the very first seconds.
And it's mate in one, either queen a7 or queen a1, so don't move now, because king a3, queen a1's mate. King a5, queen a7's checkmate. So Greg is going to lose on time in this game, and it's not poor sportsmanship, it's part of the match format. We've seen it in so many SCCs past, and Greg, he doesn't like the look of his position, he doesn't like the start to the bullet, but all the Levy fans out there can rejoice.
Absolutely, a huge start. I mentioned that the first game is going to be crucial, not just for the match score, but also for the confidence level. One more win, and it's a 1-point game. And Levy is going to stick to his tried and true Karakhan, that a6 variation, and we've seen this structure so many times this match.
But one big difference is White's pawn is on d4 rather than fianchettoing the dark squared bishop. So this makes it more French-like, except Black is not saddled with this horrible light squared bishop.
Yeah, the Karakhan, as they say, it's just like a French without the light squared bishop. Why would anybody ever play the French when, there's an opening where you can actually eliminate the French bishop? I kid, of course. I still like Greg's position. I think he could set his H-pawn in motion, and he's displaying some excellent understanding of the typical plans in this position.
I think the way you put it just there, Greg has shown exceptional understanding all throughout today's match. And Levy, he's been tactically alert. He's been finding some great opportunities when they arise. But knight f5, I would take that thing. Black has to take with the g-pawn. And now it's tough to move because you move the dark square bishop, I get queen g7. And look at Greg shifting focus to the queen side.
And he's not letting Levy breathe, but h6, I thought queen g7 there would have infiltrated and picked up the h7 pawn. And again, I think Greg is trying to keep up on the clock, but he's ending up missing some of these big chances. How does Levy defend against queen g7, though?
The threat was stronger than the execution, Danya. Queen g7 was strong, but making Levy think about queen g7 is even stronger.
You might have to drop back to f8 with a bishop, but another big problem is knight to h5. As Levy falls to 20 seconds on the clock, Greg has to win this game. This is a huge chance. Knight h5 is on the board. Robert, bishop g5 and knight g7, you could get checkmated here.
Looks great, and the rook g8 was probably necessary, or bishop e7 allowing his king to run to d8, but knight g7 check. The king has to go over to d8, and then maybe some kind of b3 at the right moment. Whoa, what is that?
What is... And he's given up the h6 pawn. Way too fancy for Greg. What was the point of that move? You don't need another pawn on the 6th rank. If anything, you're just creating more weaknesses.
So
what is he doing?
Queen d6, knight takes f6, swap knights, and queen takes a6. Now at least there's chaos on the board. Has Black moved the rook? Can you castle still for Black?
Amazingly, I think you can. You haven't moved the king, you haven't moved the rook, and that becomes very important if White picks up a6. He goes for queen g7. I don't like that choice either. This simplifies Black's task, f6 and king f7, and Levy is now firmly in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, Greg plays too quickly at some big moments here. Knight e4, kicks the rook off the g-file. This is going to be a win for Levy once again.
Oh!
Watch out for knight d5.
And king f6 almost got checkmated. Still some work to do. If he can get this g7 pawn, I think he wins the game.
And the good news for Greg is his clock. Now the e6 pawn.
Knight h5 back. Can you take that pawn? I think you should.
Okay, he goes d4. He's setting his pawns in motion. If the king goes back to e6, f4 becomes an idea. So f4 still is an idea that White is counting on.
g4, excellent source of counterplay for Greg. Levy pushes c3. The rook infiltrates d8. It's still very much a game.
And wait, c2? Rook c8, rook c7 or something like that. What's the move here?
Oh my gosh, rook c7 covers the check. And Levy's going to promote. Or is he?
He's just losing. Yeah, he's going to take the rook on g5 as well.
And the pawn on g7 is going to fall. That's going to signal the end of the game. And if the first game was a case of playing too quickly as he blunders the rook on g7, which wasn't captured, it's just sitting there on g7, rook f3.
I don't know exactly what's happening here, but it looks like black is just mopping up at the moment. But what were you going to say, Danya?
Yeah, no, if the first game was a case of Greg just playing too quickly, the second game was even more frustrating. It wasn't that Greg played bishop f6 too quickly. He did everything to win the game and then panicked. I don't know, got too fancy, got ahead of himself. He's going to lose the second game in a row. And this is starting to resemble 2021 again.
You know when you have a bad track record and you just start thinking in the back of your head, oh, it's going to happen again. Oh, no, it's happening. Maybe he is psychologically in a tough spot, even though he still leads by 1 point. This right now is a game that Greg can't just throw away. That's part of the issue for him, is he's getting quite nice positions, and then he's not finding the way to deliver another improving move. So Levy, going back to his tried and true opening, knight to f4, it's looking good for white once again.
And once again, Levy immediately grabbing the bishop on e6. We're going to get this structure, except the queens are on the board, which affords black certain chances on the king side. Greg has to deploy his bishop efficiently here. But you've also got to watch out for knight b5 related threats. Not immediately, of course, that blunder c2.
Well, he goes a6, so he never has to worry about it. The knight gets up to c4, so dark square control for black. I love rook d4, bring another piece into the attack, but where is the attack?
Will we see another e5 from Levy? He's shown a predilection for this move in almost any position. Here he's going directly for the attack.
But knight d7 now becomes a very natural choice. I don't want a rook to b6 to happen. I don't want to worry about my dark square. So knight d7 in the very near future, and by near future I mean absolutely necessary when Greg just played it.
Yeah, knight d7, defending the b6 square. Man, Greg has shown a really nice ability to stay afloat in the structure. It always looks really bad. E5! E5 would have won a piece!
Ooh! And that's because the knight on a4 on the rim was dim and could have been won, but the knight goes back to c3. This still looks pleasant for black. I don't see the big issue, and they're about even on time. So both players are doing well.
Indeed, a3 creating a stronghold on b4. Levy dodging a major bullet there, but it still feels like Greg is starting to accumulate his pieces on the queen side. That knight on c3, white has to keep a hawkeye on that knight because of the possibility of rook takes c3 once the knight moves away from c5.
And it is a 1 point match. Apologies to everybody. It's not a 3 point spread at the moment. So if Levy can win this game, the match is tied for the first time in a long while. And instead of taking this pawn on h7, this rook d4 wants to protect the king with the rook to b4, an aggressive and defensive move at the same time.
King a8, Greg tucking his king away. The h7 pawn has been hanging for what feels like an eternity, and Levy is not touching it. He's playing more conservatively, making sure that c2 is protected. Big chance for Greg here. He keeps improving his position. The knight's getting to c4, and Levy's getting into trouble.
Uh-oh, here comes the knight. Here comes the attack. And where to next? Knight back to b6. Where is that knight going?
There's also this idea of a5 and b4. It's going right back to c4. Is there a tactic here? No. I would play a5 and keep white's knight confined.
But I like the way Levy's been using his rook. He went rook up to d4, back to d3, over to c3. He's swapping his speed. Watch out for it. Knight takes b2 or knight takes a3. That is something that white really needs to keep an eye on.
Greg repeating once, and he goes for it. And given the time situation, and given how powerful his knight is, I think that's a great decision.
Okay, the knight goes over to c5.
Oh! That knight was blunder!
Just hanging?
It was literally just hanging there. And he's not going to give him a second chance.
He's moving too quickly at many stages of these games. And here, queen f3. Watch out for e5 check. Watch out for the e6 pawn hanging. What do you do here?
I think you play e5 yourself. Instead, he's allowed rook d3. Oh my gosh.
Not an easy move to spot with just 3 seconds on the clock. And
But
now we
still,
see pawns coming off.
White's better. b4. B4 is going to win the e5 pawn.
I really like the knight coming to d6. So b4 will be met by knight c4 check. So this was... Oh, but he blundered the h-pawn now.
Greg plays like he has 1 second on his clock. He's got 15 seconds, and he's losing knight d7 check. Oh my gosh. He's giving these games away for no reason.
Yeah, he's moving way too quickly. In every game that we've seen here, he has perfectly good positions. He's leading on the clock, and then he's the one who's speeding up, and it hurts him.
And all credit to Levy. He kept his composure and time pressure, but that knight on c3... it was literally hanging, and Greg had 20 seconds. He was trying to flag Levy, and Levy is way too experienced of a bullet player to just flag on his own. And Greg, you can sense the frustration, but Robert, he is doing this to himself.
Yeah, he has no one to blame except himself and Levy Rozman. And Levy, shout out to him. He could have let his emotions get the best of him. Instead, he enters the bullet down 3, and down 3 no longer. It's about to be a tied match. There it is. It is officially 8.5, 8.5. Donna, what does Greg do now?
Well, the big thing right now isn't the match score. The fact that it's tied, yes, it's very unpleasant, but can Greg handle his nerves? Can he push away what just happened? And can he make an in-match adjustment? Can he have the meta awareness to say, yeah, here's what I'm doing wrong. I need to slow down in critical moments. I like what he's gotten out of the opening here in the early going. A weird choice by Levy to play the Rubinstein French. And what are we going to get here?
I'm not sure why he chose the French. Look at this position for white. I mean, you have to watch out for black. At some point, d5 will be an idea. But Levy must be comfortable as he's moving quickly every single turn. Knight c5 now is something you have to look out for.
Knight c5 is ultra unpleasant.
Uh-oh, this looks really bad. There's going to be a sack on e6.
And black's king really has nowhere to go. You might have to go kingside. That might be the lesser evil, Robert. But the knight is going to drop into d4. The queen has a direct path to the kingside. And the knight on b4 is also very loose.
Yes. In fact, if you castle kingside, watch out for queen g4 check ideas. Whoa, king took on d8. And Greg, once again, moved very quickly there. It makes a lot of sense. Does he have a take on e6? Queen.
With the
queen
bishop.
almost works.
With the bishop, I think, because you can't touch the knight due to the fork. And he spots it. But it's not over yet. Rook e8 and rook d1. We've got total pandemonium.
I play queen d2 here.
Oh, excellent move. Maybe queen d6.
But the bishop takes f7.
Oh, wow. And there's a mate on e8 at the end.
And that's what you... Oh, bishop d5. What a move from Levy.
Incredible move by Levy. Covering the d-file and leading to a bunch of trades. And Levy actually might emerge relatively unscathed. He'll be a pawn down after bishop f7, though.
Okay, so bishop takes f7, threatens queen e8 mate.
Whoa, he missed it!
He plays bishop e4.
Threatening c3, though.
Okay, that does cover the diagonal. Your b3 now is forced, because queen takes a2 is a pretty big threat.
Even a3 was possible there, but b3 is the human move. h7 is also hanging, and that's actually a huge pawn, because it gives him the passer. But look at white's king!
The dark squares.
Suddenly there are threats.
And the king needs to escape the d-file. If you are Levy, he goes to the queen side. The engine doesn't seem to love it, but queen d4 now.
b4.
And queen takes f2 is an idea at some point.
Oh my gosh, queen a5, he's going to get mated!
He goes queen d4 instead. The engine, not impressed. There has to be something here.
Levy's just mopping up the pawns. He's taking on a2. He's going to drop back to c3, and he might just take on h4 and say, I'm a pawn up now.
He is a pawn ahead. Queen e1 saving the first rank. Now the king can go back to b2. It safely does. g2 can be captured. Queen e8 check becomes an idea. Bishop takes a6 is also loose.
No bishop e4 because that square is controlled by black's knight.
Oh,
Greg
Wait
trying.
a second.
Queen c6
check?
probably.
Queen c6. Then queen takes f7. The game continues.
It absolutely does. This is a 3-result game, but Levy keeps his composure, and he's going to cover all the checks.
Queen b7 is mate, so do not allow that.
4 seconds for Levy. Queen takes f6. Here comes Greg.
Yep, Greg on the offensive. Where is the black knight going? He's under attack
right now. Queen d8 is almost checkmate. The king has to go up to b5.
How do you save this? King b1?
No perpetual. The king hides on a2.
Queen b7's going to hurt.
Queen a7, queen d7. Don't blunder your queen.
And Greg plays on. He takes the f7 pawn. He wants to hunt the black king.
But white could just as easily get checkmated, and he does!
Greg Shahade plays on. He was playing for a win, but he played for a loss. And Levy, he showed composure under the stress of the moment, and he takes the first lead in a long time.
And Greg is now officially on the ropes. He's facing what feels like his first deficit of the match. It actually might be Levy Rozman with knight d1 at the end, setting up that mating net against white's king. You can understand why Greg played on. It looked like black's king was caught in a net, but Levy finding so many only moves there, dodging so many bullets, and now Greg actually needs to win.
But now, wait, have to say, this opening from Levy doesn't look particularly impressive to my eyes. Not that you need an opening advantage, but Black is clearly doing quite nicely. So I haven't liked Levy's opening, switching to the French, and now playing e4 from the white side and a3 on move 2.
Look at this, knight c7 check. Looks like that knight has a death wish. Levy protecting it with bishop f4. He's threatening rook a d1, and then knight a8, knight b6 could be an idea.
Okay, so rook d1. What is Black's follow-up? Because you're right that if you swap rooks, the knight does have some escape squares. This looks questionable, and look at Levy's clock.
There is this insane idea to play rook d6 in order to slice off the connection between the knight and the rook. Now I think you just go e6 and bishop d6 and win the game.
You know how we were saying we didn't like the opening? I think Levy also doesn't like the opening choice that he just made.
He's got to try c5. You have to stop bishop d6 at all costs. Now bishop d6 is 0-1. You're just going to drop this knight.
It's a full piece. And Greg paused at the right moment, finds bishop d6, and look at Levy's face. He's like, what was I thinking?
And it wasn't just the second move. It was e4, c5, a3, called the Mengarini variation. Levy's still trying. Look at that move. b4, so tricky. And I love that Greg is pausing in critical moments. He's done a much better job of it this particular game, as he's going to hide on d7 with his king.
And how do you keep that knight? Because bishop to e5, rook e4. Oh, it takes on c4, stealing a pawn, threatening rook takes c7 anyway. The king...
Knight d5.
Safe. Knight d5. If king c8, there's knight a8.
Knight a8! Oh my god. What an idea. And it's not over yet. The king is still a little bit airy.
Yeah, rook takes c7 would have meant by pawn a7 and white would have won. So look at this, connecting the rook into the game. But rook b8 check is an idea.
And it could be mate if a piece lands on d7. If the wrong piece lands on d7, I should say. Greg says, I want nothing to do with the queen side. He gets his king back to the center, but he's not converting this very confidently. I think Levy's still got practical chances.
Levy has under 5 seconds, so that's not good for him. But take on d5, take on g7, there are good chances to hold that.
G7 was just given away by Greg. Levy doesn't take it, and now f6 and e5 could be devastating. Oh, but e6 falls.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Greg. Yes,
what is he doing? And he might lose this.
He could lose this.
No way, he's choking. He's choking this away. Rook a1, rook c1.
That threatens checkmate, but he kicks the knight out first. I like that. Now rook a1, then he's not doing it.
And Levy playing a little bit too passively here. Objectively, this position is probably drawn. Practically, Black is still better because of the mate threats on the first rank.
And that's a mate threat if I've ever seen one. Rook h1 check. If you do a knight h2.
Look at the way that Levy's guarding. Knight e2, knight g1.
Oh my gosh, that could be a checkmate in the near future.
That was forced mate.
G4. Knight g4, you couldn't take it.
Knight g4 was crushing. Now Levy's going after the h-pawn.
Knight g4.
Knight g4 again.
Is there
rook a3?
The king escapes.
Oh my gosh. And it's still winning for Black. King e6.
Who's getting checkmated?
It might be Black.
Rook f8.
Oh my gosh.
Rook e7. You can't escape the checks.
Rook e8 check. Wins the bishop.
King e6. You check on d2.
And he still keeps it going.
Oh my goodness, what a match we have seen. And it looks like Greg is coming out on top. All he needs to do is keep his rooks connected and push the passer.
I can't believe what we're seeing. Levy going for some sort of stalemate. He wants this to come down to the wire. There's less than 4 minutes left in the match.
And now both players need to be aware of the match clock. Because Greg, he is going, I think, it's not too early to say, he's about to convert this.
I hope so.
Doesn't blunder anything. There's
no Rosen trap, no pre-moves, just win the game, man.
That's a good idea, by the way. Rook h6 check to make sure that there are no stalemates.
God, Greg is taking his sweet time. Just go rook g8, queen f6, man. Just made him already.
All right, so we have 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. It is 9.5. Greg, he breathes for the first time in 5 games, and now there might just be 1 game remaining. So, Donnie, this is what we were noting.
God!
The players need to be aware of the matchup. If you're dead lost, resign to get that last game in.
We have seen so many matches lost because of that lack of awareness. Now, from time to time, you just need to really quickly glance at the match clock and judge whether your position is worth continuing. Levy repeating the Rubinstein French. He got a really bad position the first time he played it. This time, Robert, he is controlling the d5 square, and I think he's a lot more solid out of the opening than in the previous Rubinstein game.
Yeah, it's much more normal as Rubinstein French gets. And here you swap bishops. White will then say, I have a better pawn structure. Black will say, give me the d5 and f5 squares. My rook on g8. It's not a bad piece. So I think that black isn't doing badly, but I would definitely prefer white.
And the queen on a4 is a liability. You have to be very careful not to blunder rook a3. Queen d7, though.
Oh, you're lucky that he doesn't lose the queen a6 check. And he goes queen a6. He wants like c4 and bishop f4. But is it going to work out?
It looks like black is on the ropes, but white actually could be on the ropes. That rook on a3 could get under the line of fire of the bishop, and he gives up 2 pieces for a rook. Interesting decision.
Is there de6, or is that asking for too much? No, he just decides to take the piece right away.
Now e5, e4. I think practically, Robert, because of black's advantage in the center, I really like black here. I think Levy has a big advantage.
But Greg can play queen on the left.
Oh, he's blundered the knight!
He hung a piece! He hung a piece!
Queen takes f3. It's over. You got to resign.
Yes, he does have a minute 30 plus, so as long as he's aware of the match clock, he can resign in a little bit, but he should not play this much longer.
Queen takes f2, queen takes d2 is the big threat. Levy, fully composed, finding queen d7 there. And I'm keeping an eye on the match clock because this could easily drag on for a minute. And if Levy senses that Greg has lost track of the match clock, he actually could stall this out deliberately.
I would do that if I were Levy. Just start spending time right now. And queen d5, good move. Trying to swap the queens off. You have an extra rook for a bishop. You have some passed pawns. But, I mean, this is getting close. Only 1 minute remains. Greg better have an eye on the time.
Yeah, as an experienced I am not a GM SCC player, Greg has to be aware of the clock. He can compose himself. It doesn't matter if you resign now or with 10 seconds left on the match clock. He resigns now, and thankfully, we're in for another game. It's a must-win for Greg Shahade with the black pieces.
And you could see Greg look at the match clock. That's what he was doing. He's been on focus mode. He didn't even know he was leading by 3 points. That's what we were told. The staff working hard behind the scenes. And here we have a Trompowsky, Sicilian, whatever you want to call it. It's been a fun day of this opening. Danya, do you think that Greg is feeling happy about the repetition of opening?
I think he's okay with it. I think he's shown better maneuverability in these positions than Levy. There's no question that white is much better objectively, but Greg knows where the pieces belong. He's going to deploy his bishop, and he's got the spicier play against white's king. So for a bullet opening, this is not bad at all. And he's already doing great. Queen a5.
This has worked out perfectly for Greg. He has the knight on d7, the bishop on g7, none of this e5 business. And Levy's move right now isn't so easy to play. A7 well defended. And so for Levy, he goes queen d2, trying to swap queens. When you're ahead and your opponent needs to win, telling them, get into the endgame. Come on, beat me there. Probably a good thing to do.
Great, mature decision by Levy. I'm not sure that the queen trade can be successfully avoided. Greg does avoid it, and you can understand where he's coming from. But Levy could even move his queen back to f2 using the fact that he can draw as a weapon. Instead, he uses the bishop as a weapon, and Greg might have to make a very awkward move, contorting himself to keep the e6 pawn protected.
And he plays it, and he kind of is like, all right, if I have to, I have to. But look at Levy going queen f2 and queen d2 back now. You might try to repeat moves. Greg, of course, will not allow a draw.
Greg's fighting 2 enemies. He has to go back to d8 because, Robert, queen a4 would have gotten the queen trapped. And yeah, you have to go for b6. I would have played a6. But understandably, Greg doesn't want to weaken the dark squares. And still very much a 3-result game.
Oh, for sure. The rook on c8 is well positioned. Rook d2, a nice defensive move. But here come black's pieces. It's his time
Knight c4.
to shine. Knight c4. Swap off that bishop for the knight. Get your rook on c4. He starts with queen d7, hitting that knight. Where's that knight going to?
I wouldn't go anywhere. I would have gone queen e2 and try to keep your light squared bishop intact. Now the bishop is gone. Finally, Greg can start to unwind his position, get the knight over to g6, get the rook to c8, bring your pieces to the queen side ASAP.
And he goes queen c8, knight g6, or knight d7. Well, not knight d7, that hangs the e6 pawn. Now knight d7 is more possible. Watch out for sacrifices. Bishop takes b6.
Bishop
becomes
b6.
an idea.
It doesn't work yet because the queen can block on b7.
But he goes for it.
Take on b7. Take c6.
And Greg's probably like, wait, does this actually work? And Levy was slow to play queen takes b6. Rook takes d6. Does that lead to anything?
Oh, what a great find by you. Levy misses it. Rook c5 would pin the knight. And now Levy's on the ropes. Knight e5 is coming in, Robert. The knight is coming into c4. Or c6.
About to have overtime? This looks over. Knight c4 is going to hurt. The b2 pawn, the queen, the rook, all threatened. And Levy, his queen, is also on the verge of being
trapped. Knight c6. Knight c6 doesn't quite trap the queen. Knight c4 is even better. b2 falls. B2 falls.
Knight takes B2. And then take on A4. And then take on B5. Takes. It's over.
And then takes white's king. Knight takes A4 spotted. He's a couple moves away from forcing overtime.
And now you can take on C4 because the B5 knight is loose.
And it's over after rook takes B5. Levy can't even get the queen back. And he lets his flag run out. And Greg wins on demand.
And it is 10.5. Greg Shahade. He evens it up. He needed that victory. He had no choice. And with his back against the wall, Greg wins, sips some water, and says, let's go to overtime. They are not going to get a break done yet.
That was badass from both players. For Levy to come back from 3 points down, they've got only a couple of moments to compose himself. All smiles and thumbs up from Greg Shahade. The momentum is now on his side. And I think we've earned ourselves an overtime. So have the players. This has been amazing.
And we see 10.5 points for each player. 5 points for Levy, just 2 for Greg in the bullet. Levy's been exceptional. And I think that we have liftoff. The games are beginning. We have a 4-game mini match taking place starting right now. So let's go to the games because the players, they're not stopping for anyone.
They are not. The game is underway. Let's take you to the game. It's another Rubinstein French. Levy repeating the choice in his bullet games. Going from the Caro-Kann to the Rubinstein French, feeling comfortable in this pawn structure. And I can see why, Robert. He's got that G file that he can operate on.
But that's why Greg put that bishop on G3, saying, please take me. I'll gladly have a pawn in your rook's path. Queen E4 check, a nice move going after the H7 pawn. Is he going to be greedy?
Absolutely. He's feeling lucky.
And he goes right. See, this is smart. If he can bring that queen back to E4, centralize, try to swap queens, why not steal a pawn?
Now there's no more danger against his king. I would grab that queen off the board. But you don't actually have to rush. The queen trade isn't going anywhere. And queen takes c6 could actually help black's king get closer to the center. Greg has everything that he might want out of the opening.
And he went rook d1. He might play d5. Let's trade queens on even better terms for white. Actually, d5 threatens to win material, so that's why the knight goes back to e7. And do you trade now, Danya, or do you still leave the queen on c6?
Yeah, he doesn't want to kick the can down the road any further, but he's quote-unquote only up a pawn, but that's a passed pawn on h2. That's a massive asset in any endgame where the pieces simplify. Levy has to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, try to get some counterplay going on the king side. Just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean that Greg is fully out of the woods on the king side.
And Greg missed this move, thinking knight takes d6, that Levy would have to take the knight. No, Levy will take the bishop, but that's good news for Greg. Oh, he goes bishop h4 instead. I didn't like that decision, but his bishop can find safety on f6.
Man, he's asking for trouble. If Levy had a pawn already on f6, that bishop would have gotten trapped, and now knight f3 check, and Greg has lost control of the game.
And look at Greg in time trouble in bullet for the first time. C takes d6 and knight f3 to follow.
C takes d6, hits the bishop. He gives a check first.
Wrong
order.
And that knight can survive. That knight, where's it going, though?
F5 maybe? To triple black's pawns and then pick up the E1. But what a difficult move that is. 6 seconds for Greg.
And instead, he just takes the knight, takes the pawn. How could you blame for this? I think white is better here. The engine says even, but it's a bishop and 2 pawns for a rook.
Levy switched up the move order. He could have been a full piece up. Instead, it's an exchange for several pawns. Greg keeping the king confined on T5. And the position finally stabilizes, but I agree, Robert. I think white's position much easier to play if you set your kingside pawns in motion.
Oh, and there's going to be d5 check, just shattering black's pawn structure, and h4, then pawn to g3. I mean, the rooks do not have open files.
If you can get your pawn to h6, you are tying down black's rooks completely. Greg positioning his pawns on perfect squares. They're defending each other. They're giving the bishop an outpost, and he's got every shot at converting this.
No, this is an impossible position to play as black. You're shuffling around, hoping to survive long enough, but white improving move by move, while g4 now comes to mind for white. Let's just get that king active in the endgame.
At the same time, Robert, Greg has 4 seconds. Will he have the guts to go for it? No, he takes the repetition.
And he's mad.
I see your eyes got wide.
My eyes got wide. His eyes were wider. He's like, what? No, why? But he didn't have time to calculate. Levy doing better on the clock in that first of 4 tiebreak games.
It feels like Greg has been less confident in time scrambles. That's the way that bullet works. He played so well in the 5 and 3 minute portions, but just not feeling it in that position. The first game ends in a draw. It feels like the first draw we've had all match. It isn't, but it's the first draw we've had in a while. It's not the first Trumpowski that we've had in a while.
Yeah, the players, they're back to the drawing board, and they're going for this line once again. We are going to need a new opening, and that probably will take place in tomorrow's other semifinal match. But this worked out for Greg the last time. He had an on-demand win with the black pieces because he successfully was able to deploy his bishop and get his knight back to d7.
First of all, great pawn back to the drawing board. I see what you did there. But again, the frustrating thing for Levy, he keeps putting pressure on e6, but it's just not enough to compromise black's position. Greg always seems to find a way to get his knights exactly where they need to go. Robert, knight c5, bishop a2. You're looking at knight a4 tactics. The c2 pawn is going to hang in a lot of these lines.
And so the knight goes up to b5. The queen can no longer go to a5. That's out of the question. Queen c5 seems to be the only option. And Greg has shown that he loves himself a good endgame. This endgame looks pretty good for black.
As cramped as black's position is, his pieces are starting to unfurl. The pawn on g5 is so nicely placed to completely limit the influence of white's pawn chain. Greg continues to expand on the king side, and I like his position once again.
He plays g4. Speaking of expansion, you can't take that pawn on g4. You'll lose e4, then g4, and g2 to follow. So there will likely be a swap on f3. That means that black has fewer pawns remaining. And when you have knights and your opponent has a bishop compared to one of those knights, you don't necessarily want pawns on both sides of the boards because bishops are long-range pieces.
Very well said. We might get a rook trade here. I think both players are fine with that. The pawn slides forward to e5, keeping that knight on white side of the board. And b4 there was winning a piece.
Ooh, that was missed by both players. Now if we take on f6, we get two bishops versus two knights. But those knights are dancing, and that rook on c8 will likely go to h8. The f3 pawn is loose, and that's why it was defended.
Black's entire army is dancing. I agree. Rook h8, great whole board awareness by Greg. Levy missed a chance there to win a minor piece. Instead, he tries to force the knights back, but they keep going forward.
Uh-oh. And that knight, it's in to e2. Doesn't have a really big threat, at least not yet, but it can just pop back to f4 as you're highlighting. And that bishop on a2 is staring into thin air. It's not doing much of anything.
Black is chiseling and maneuvering and dancing and jumping and shifting, but white is breaking through on the queen side, and suddenly, Robert, white is threatening to play b4 and pick up the a6 pawn.
But I like that move knight h5 because even though white gains a pawn, black gains activity. Bishop h4, kick that rook out of there. The f3
rook h2,
pawn,
force the rook trade.
I missed that. I completely missed that.
That was great awareness by Levy. And now with the rooks off the board, he should be able to convert his extra pawn. But it's far, far from over. Black's knights continue to jump around the board.
And I'm just looking at the a pawn, a dark squared bishop. If that's what white is left with, it might be hard to win. And look at that sad knight. It's placed in the corner to stop the pawn's progress, but there are two of them, not just the a pawn.
If black had a light squared bishop, if that bishop shifted over to c6, there would be a chance to build a blockade. As it stands, if white can push the b pawn first, I think that Levy is going to break down black's blockade momentarily.
No, he has this. It's done. Just you can start pushing your pawns down. Bring the king in to help. This is very, very, very good technique. Just bring the king up and then push the pawns.
Black can try to give up the knight for the pawn, but white's got too many pawns remaining. The only way that white drops this...
Wait, I feel like he's making this a little bit difficult for himself, but I guess he has it all under control. Sorry about that.
No, I mean, still, it's not easy. But king b5, and where do you get the bishop? I think you get it back to d5.
And you just can't lose a move as black either. That's the problem.
Careful, careful! Don't go bishop
the
e6.
King goes to d7.
Knight c4.
Oh.
Still
Is there
fighting
a chance here?
Oh, d5.
Too many pawns. Nah.
Wow.
Levy Rozman.
And again, Greg has his back against the wall. Robert, this is game 3 of 4, which means Greg can afford to draw it, but if he loses, then he loses the match.
It will be over if Levy can win this game. So Greg, he can take a risk, but it has to be measured. And we're getting this French once again, the Rubinstein variation. I think Greg's been happy with the positions he's received. After all, he stole the h7 pawn and was much better in the previous game.
I wish Greg would take a little bit more time in the opening. His decision to bring the bishop out to e3 is pretty lame because he covers up his own e-file and he allows Levy to castle queenside. We've had this structure time and time again. It's a slight advantage for white objectively, but Levy feels that his position is pretty easy to play, and I think he's right.
And if f5, I'm playing e4. I'm trying to open the position up because the black king wouldn't feel truly safe. Not e4 for sure, but he goes knight f3 first. He doesn't want to swap too many pieces.
And Levy covering the e5 square, very alert. Again, Greg is okay with a draw. That would take it to the final game of the tiebreaker. But at this point, I think he's got to try to squeeze out more. He's clearly better at this point.
Yeah, and Levy has played great endgames when he's had the white-sided positions just like this. So Levy showing that he has a good understanding here. Queen goes to d5. There might be a check at some point. Oh, trading pieces.
Very conservative approach by Greg. Now, he's still better in the endgame because black is saddled with these weaknesses on the king side. But you know what they say, rook endgames are always drawn, and rook g5 was such a heads-up move by Levy, and he strikes at white center.
But look at Greg striking at the weaknesses of the king side. Rook f6 coming soon, and white's pawn structure is just healthier.
Absolutely. Rook h4 could strike at the wrong moment. You could even start with rook f4 and then play rook h4. He does it in the other order, and he's just going to keep shuffling between f4 and h4 and compromise the activity of black's rooks. But Levy brought his king in at exactly the right time.
It's a position where all three results could be possible because white is essentially up a pawn on the queen side, black is up a pawn in the center, and things are very messy here. And he played g4.
But he's got connected passers, does Levy.
Okay, this is looking dangerous, but white can go h6 now, and after f3, I feel like you're overextending your pawns.
You're absolutely right. White has to get that king up at the right moment. King d3, king e4 might be the saving grace, but Greg is forgetting about his king. King d3 is his last chance.
I think it's now or never because after rook takes h6, it's just going to be Levy's game for the taking. He goes rook h5, but rook takes h6.
That doesn't do anything. He plays right into black's hands, and this is now officially winning for Levy. Once he plays e4, the pawns are going to be an unstoppable avalanche.
So he needs to keep the rooks on. Give up the h3 pawn, go rook h5 to g5, and then bring your rook to g8 and start hoping that you'll have enough checks.
Only chance to somehow go after the king, get Levy to blunder a pawn, and he does it, but he's got 10 seconds. This is looking really grim.
Oh, but he goes back to f5, rook g6 check. Just start checking this king.
King, rook back, rook d2? No.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this looks really good. But at e4, there's always king d2. So the white king could be on e3 right now. I think we'd be talking about a different result here. But now the black king is too quick.
Levy needs a couple more accurate moves, though. If you play rook h2, white would have taken and stuck a king on f2. Rook h1 is so accurate by Levy, and this game is over.
And that means this match is over, and Levy Rozman is our first IMSCC finalist of 2023. History does repeat itself. Levy beats Greg, comes back in bullet, and this time he takes him down in extra time.
Jubilation on the face of Levy Rozman, but I think it's almost more relief than jubilation. When something so stressful happens and you live through all of that, you're almost more relieved that it's over. And of course, elated that the match went your way. This was amazing. Great performance under pressure by both of these players. A heartbreak for Greg Shahade, who won on demand to force the tiebreaker, but such a good job by Levy to move past it and take the tiebreaker.
The book wrote itself. Final score locked in 13 to Levy, 11 to Greg. Gotham is safe for tonight. Greg Shahade, always a joker, but unfortunately he does not get the last laugh. So Danya, I feel like Levy, he really earned that match in the bullet, but Greg, a lot of things were going his way and he let it slip once again.
And it's not exactly a repeat of 2021 when there was a much bigger disaster for Greg. This time he loses the first 3 games of the bullet, Robert. He manages to adjust and force the overtime, but it still seemed to me that he over-adjusted. By and large, he played too quickly. Levy paused at the right moments. He had some very astute opening choices, and Levy's endgame play toward the end of the match was nothing short of amazing.
He played fantastic chess, did Levy Rozman. We're going to bring both players on for an interview, so chat, please ask your questions. We may feature your questions and ask the players, but after this quick break, we will bring Levy Rozman, aka GothamChess, and Greg Shahade on, and we'll hear their thoughts after what was a fantastic match. Be right back, everybody.
Peter.
Where's check? Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, thanks. I thought Polina played extremely well, very, very solidly. Didn't make mistakes and made good positional moves all the time. The last time I was wiped out by a woman was by Nona Geprindashvili in 1966. She beat me.
She beat you.
Two
Wow,
wins and one draw.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm retiring.
And we are back with both players. Greg, sorry the match didn't go your way, but Levy, congratulations. And Levy, going to start with you. How did you come back once again after the year 2021? Did history repeat itself?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so tired. I thought it was the same exact thing, right, as in 2021, where it was down 3 going into bullet, except Greg reminded me on break that he actually won the first bullet game 2 years ago. I don't know. I really, when there's 1 minute on the clock, I don't have time to build up a giant wave of anxiety. So I just have to move. And I guess, you know, I think I'm 2,800 bullet, 2,900 bullet. So I was able to kind of hold it together, but, yeah, this does not feel very good.
Greg, I'm sorry the match didn't go your way. You played amazing. There were so many good moments. Can you talk us through how you felt in the first 2 segments and what you think was the missing ingredient when you got into the bullet?
One more win. I just need to win one more game. Going into bullet, I kind of calculated if I win 3 games out of this 25 minutes, I'm going to win the match, and I just couldn't quite do it. I knew it would be really tough. I know he's very good at bullet. I know 3 points is not a very safe lead for me there. But I thought I had a chance, you know. I can win a game sometimes, but just couldn't win quite enough. I just have to be better at bullet,
Levy,
and he has to be worse.
You and Greg were talking. Oops. Sorry about that, Greg. Levy, you and Greg were talking before we joined back on the show about that rook takes e4 game. And your face was in disbelief when you hung a knight in the center there. How did you force yourself to come back from that moment? Because it could have been a turning point of the match.
I think it was a major turning point in the match. I mean, if you guys could see my message history on my phone on the breaks to my friends and family, I mean, you would probably like send a wellness check on me, because going into today's match, like I once again, just like in the qualifiers, I was like, I'm not going to prepare much because every time I prepare for hours, I get overly stressed and anxious about what's going to happen. So I showed up first game, and I basically decided before the match I'm going to play these couple of openings, and if Greg lets me get to those positions, I'm going to be very happy, and I'm just going to have to convert. So I was obviously very happy that the match started the way it did with that first win. But I wasn't able to hold it together with black, and those games were, very 50-50. But once I hung rook e4, I once again thought I was going to lose the match. And then once I went down 2 or 3, I thought, like, there's no way I'm winning in bullet. But then my friend, the legendary international master Alex Ostrovsky, sent me a message and said, I'm betting all my channel points on you to win this match. So I think that's what motivated me, because there's nothing more valuable in life, guys, than Twitch channel points. So credit to him.
He texted me and said
Truer
the same
words
thing.
have never
He's
been
spending all his
spoken.
money on me.
Oh, well then he's a double agent.
Playing all the sides. Greg, you were incredibly sharp throughout the match tactically, particularly for adult improvers who don't have as much time to train regularly. What do you do to stay informed tactically? And do you think it's possible to keep sharp and keep up your blitz level without playing actively over the board and without studying regularly?
So basically, do nothing and then get better. Is that what you're saying? I'm really. This is not quite answering your question, but I'm pretty happy with how this match went because the last 2 years I have not been focusing much on chess. And I don't know. I keep my mind sharp with other things. Like I've been learning trivia. I've been doing crosswords. I don't know if that helps my tactics. But I don't know what to tell you. At some point, I guess I'm supposed to get worse at stuff. But I'm happy with how I did. I actually did better this year because I made the tiebreak. I won 2 bullet games, and I don't know. I did a terrible job of answering your question, but I think you just got to stay sharp. Got to stay sharp all the time and play. Always find time to play a little bit. Oh, and one thing I did a few years ago is I came up with a very solid opening repertoire that I felt like I could play forever, for the most part. And the idea is that if I do come back and play in chess games, I can just go back to this kind of like trusty thing instead of like spending a lot of time learning new openings and stuff like that. That's all I got.
Well, Levy, you're known to teach everyone out there how to improve at chess. Question for you from the chat, from DJ Connell is, did writing a book improve your game this year?
No, I think the ceiling of the book is roughly 1200. I mean, I certainly played like a couple moves today like a 1200. So maybe, I don't know, maybe Greg has an early copy or something and he was like training some of the stuff in there and that's why, he was more sure. I don't know. I'm just trying to improve as a presenter, as a teacher, and just focusing on making chess as big as possible. Naturally, I have a direct incentive in that, like Danya as well, with our YouTube channels and so on. But that's really what I'm doing mostly. I don't know. Every time I have a serious match, it's another kind of moment for me to either grow, I think, as a person, or stay the same, or maybe get worse. So I thought today was very similar to my match last year with Eric, where somewhere halfway through, I just, like, that's it. I mean, I just completely give up on myself. And it luckily didn't happen, because I was very much on the edge. Like, it very much probably came down to like 1 or 2 bullet games, and luckily I started well. But that's sort of how I feel. But the question was if the book has improved my chess, in which case, no.
Levy, another chat question from Po8CRG. Are you more worried about facing Trent or Shuvalova in the final? And is there someone that you'd rather face from, let's say, a content perspective? Not a leading question at all.
I thought you said Shuvalova, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Shuvalova is in the. I was like, "Isn't it? I am not a GM." Yeah,
he got demoted. He got demoted.
Yeah. For those that don't know, Alexander Shuvalova is a legendary American grandmaster. Has played in many U.S. championships. I thought they snuck him into the field to make things interesting. I don't have a preference. I mean, I'm excited to play either person. I will have to say I'm. Between those two, I think one of them will probably trash talk a little bit more. So, and that's obviously Polina Shuvalova. You know, she's got a big mouth. She's always talking trash. Just for those that are uninclined to humor, that is not serious. But I look forward. I don't think I've played many games against Lawrence, and I don't think I've played Polina at all. So, I'm excited to see like where the openings go, where the preparation goes, and. Hopefully my second time in the final in this event, which has only happened 4 times, can go differently, because then I will qualify. It's like getting your yellow belt in Taekwondo. You know, you don't need to do the white belt stuff anymore. That'll be a big moment for me. I might, hang it on the wall behind me.
Greg, your thoughts on who you want to see Levy face in the final?
I mean, it does. I was going to talk a lot of trash if somehow I won, but I just kind of. I mean, either player, because Polina seems very strong, so probably she'll win. But Lawrence has like tricks, I guess, like cheap tricks and tactics like that, and sometimes in Bullet and Blitz they work out. But I think Polina versus Levy will be a really close match. The other one, I'm not sure. Not so much.
Greg, it's always fun to hear
Can
your thoughts on any Lawrence Trent match. But
where's the third place match? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, not this time, but maybe something to add in the future. But we do have one last featured chat question. It's for you, Greg, and it's from Nuketown, and they want to know, are you subscribed to GothamChess?
Maybe. Subscribe, that's on Twitch when you pay the money. Sorry.
No, it's on YouTube.
I have been before.
It's on YouTube. It's
YouTube. I'm definitely following, subscribing, and I know I have been at times. Am I right now? I don't know. I haven't checked my subscriptions. I don't want to lie, but maybe. But I love Levy's content.
It's like a follow button equivalent.
Let me just say something about Levy and what he's doing for chess. I'm at parties. I go to when I'm at a party and people they don't know anything about chess, but they follow it a little bit, and there's always one person they know. And it's like, yo, do you know GothamChess? And I'm like, yeah, he beats me in Bullet every year.
That's funny. Well, that is very sweet. I appreciate that very much, Greg. And I look forward to our third match in this event in every season of this event in the future. That'll be so much fun. We'll be permanently in the IM leagues.
Mm-hmm. It was fun, though. Good match.
You both have provided a lot of fun and entertainment to everybody. So, Greg, sorry that this is where your tournament ends. But, Levy, we look forward to seeing you later this week in the final. And congrats again. And, thanks for all you're doing, both of you.
Congrats.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And there you have it. There is one face on the screen, and it's none other than Levy Rozman, better known as GothamChess. He takes on, well, it's unclear who he will face. It could be Polina Shuvalova or Lawrence Trent. That was a really fun matchup between Levy and Greg. 13-11 is your final score. Danya, any final thoughts before we wrap the show?
It was an amazing match, and I've commentated enough SCC matches across the years just to have that sixth sense going into a match. You can feel it when it's going to be close, when it's going to be entertaining. This match delivered on everything that we could ask of it, and then some. It went down to the wire. It went into overtime. Ultimately, Levy's bullet skills, his composure, and his performance under pressure, he strikes again, and he will have a very difficult journey to the final. But if he keeps playing the way he is, if he keeps displaying the same level of composure and power, I think he's got every shot at taking the whole event.
For Levy, it will be a difficult journey in the final, no matter who he faces, but he'll have a very pleasant journey early next year. So for those of you who want to meet GothamChess, aka Levy Rozman, aka your IMSCC finalist, you will have an opportunity to do just that. So join us in Charlotte, North Carolina for the first ever Chess Kid National Festival. Book your tickets now for 4 days of chess festivities, including over-the-board tournaments and opportunities to meet special guests like Funmaster Mike, Chief Chess Officer Danny Wrench, Gotham Chess, and Daniel Naroditsky. Yes, you heard that right. Danya will be there. The festival
I got a long way to travel, Robert. I don't know about that.
Yes, it's a far car ride. February 16th to 19th. We cannot wait to see you there. So use the command festival in chat to learn more and register today. Danya, he'll be there. Depends. We'll see if Danya can convince me. But where we definitely will be is back here tomorrow. Same time, same place, the IMSCC. It's Chess.com's event featuring many of the world's greatest content creators and very strong players in their own right. We congratulate Levy Rozman. Tomorrow, we will see Polina Shuvalova and Lawrence Trent. You'll not want to miss the action, so stop by tomorrow. See you then.
Bye.